It looks like a man has something to hide. Who would have known that John DeLaraz would be a religious Christo-fascism brony with such a precious flower? How could he not accept Lucario into his back hole?
And I guess I fundamentally believe, like, I think somebody like Destiny, who gets in a lot of trouble with his dick and is interpersonally, I think, really retarded, is probably going to be better off with people who care about him and will, like, confront him on it, but also not just, like, drop him. But I think if other people want to drop him, like, I wouldn't say that you're a bad person for doing that. It's just not something I'm willing to do yet. And, like, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be by my words. But I'm not doing it out of this, like, willy-nilly, just, like, 2 week. I'm doing this out of, like, a decently principled stance, which is that typically, like, I don't give up on people. I think the argument, like, he's just too old. I'm like, that's fair. It's just tough because I've had so many adult clients that it's like...
Erudite, I'm going to say this with peace and love. Destiny is not your fucking client! He's your boss! You work for him! It'd be easier if the box is not in front of my face. You work for him! Any and everything you do will be interpreted as doing it for his intentions! Oh, okay. Do we have multiple people for this gag to work? Yes, I do. Wonderful. You're screaming it out how Bug wasn't on the time. We're gonna get there. Don't bust that nut yet. Don't bust that nut yet. Hello and good morning to another day here inside of the Carl Negro News Network. We'll be doing round-the-clock coverage of all that bullshit that you've come to know and love. News, views, rants, and reviews. Brought to you by our sponsors, BBC Migraine Powder. For when you have yourself an aching and you had your knees a-quaking, get BBC Migraine. The ethnic infringement playground known as Jim and Toby's, where if you want to be able to have fun and racist humor that can only be accepted in South, choose Jim and Toby's. Lastly, the Popeyes ads of Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, now doing a special with Papa Legba's chicken, fries, and chitterlings and more. When you need to be able to buy on it like a baller on a budget, go to Jim and Toby's and Uncle Tony's new special on Papa Legba's chitterlings, $5.69. And now, your host, Carl the Negro, on the news. Later in the streets, ladies and gentlemen, we have been brought with some hilarious cringe from none other than the members of the Christo-Fascism Squad. We now go live to the fucking site of the goddamn tragedy that is this man out here posting his gut out wide for the Whistler. Because it appears that one John Del Araz is a furry. We go live to Carl on the street. Carl, what does it look like down there in the street? Boy, I've got to tell you people, it's looking hilariously cringe every single bit of these angles. It looks like a man has something to hide. Who would have known that John DeLaraz would be a religious Christo-fascism brony? I don't know why he's out here tapping on the pats with these things for these children, but this has been uncovered by some of the best investigative terrorists that we've known. They are just outright making all of us look at this, and now you as a CNN watcher now must see it yourself. Have some pony ass at M. Mamatas. You get angry when you're hungry. Now, John Delaraz, is this what Christ would want? Was Christ too a clopper? If you aren't convinced, chat, we have more of this for you. Feast your eyes and stand in fear. As one of the Salt Watchers herself, Madam Savvy is the one who has found this material for us to see. Have you accepted Lucario into your back hole, chat? please be like Christ, turn over the table, and bend out that gat for the Rizzler. Because this man loves himself some furry porn! It is with great pain and a wide grin that I read the terroristic threats to you. On the 19th of March in 2019, with such a precious flower, how could he not accept Lucario into his black hole? Upon which, being read, they've changed their mind. The comic book war campaign is awesome. Don't let your kids watch it. Don't let your kids watch it. Because according to John Delaraz, Grums, and more, people like myself, Savvy, and others that have noticed is we are just plants and grifts that are allowing this man to do whatever they want, despite them having the affectation of Coochie Pootie while they're trying to go out here looking for the Pony Pooter. I don't know why this man is out here doing this, but as you can see from posts mentioned from suspended accounts, he was both a Gamergate and war campaign leader. Therefore, this, truthfully, is a biblical treasure trove that we all get to enjoy. I say to you, please do not scroll it. Do not watch it. Don't let your kids watch it. But know that this is what a man believes he has the room to say. Next on the Christofascism Watch from the Christofascist Squad, we have clips directly about your girl, Melanie Mack, being flamed on Simpcast. We go live to the news coverage. I feel like I'm going to burst into flames when I watch her content. Keanu C. Thompson smashes former Simpcast regular Melanie Mack, calling her an annoying grifter who isn't very Christ-like, while Chrissy Mayer cackles along, offering Melanie Mack no defense whatsoever. Let's watch.
Like that. She's a lady that found the Lord, and she is like... There are things. She calls herself... There are a lot of Christians that aren't biblically Christian or what have you, and
I will
her
say
grift is, and I'm going to call it a grift, it is being shockingly, like, it's the word perversion. It's the F-slur videos. It's not just like, paging Dr. Haggett. It's that's hilarious, right? It's more what I'm tired of, or should stay in the closet, or nobody wants to get daddies, right? Which isn't very Christ-like, okay? That's
right.
So people
and
get
I think
like,
people can
right,
also
but it's
change
just
their
a
minds
grip,
too.
It's a grip. It's annoying to me, at least. But
you think it's a grift,
game? The grift? Yeah, absolutely. Do you think Jesus would be like, nobody wants to get daddies? Like, I that's a grift.
He probably wouldn't say that. No, but
no, he did. You remember that?
No, I'm answering you. I'm like, I don't think Jesus would say that.
No, right. And also, I'm sorry, there's nothing gayer than Jesus. He hung out with 12 dudes and washed their feet all the time. So I don't know. Like, excuse me, but there's nothing gayer than Jesus. I just gotta tell Melanie, after that video, I had to unfollow her like a couple of months ago because I'm tired of feeling like I'm gonna burst into flames. Me and my loved ones are every time I look at her Twitter. I respect what she's doing. Do I really? You know what? No, I don't.
I will say, look, I
like no. Or you want to bitch about the video games and call like it a perversion? Sorry, girlfriend. Jesus was probably gay. He washed men's feet.
He wasn't gay. I don't think
he could have been. Who do you know that he cares about his 12 best friends? And you want to see your 12 best male friends before you die and watch their
You need to do this as a bit on stage. It's really funny.
It should be a bit.
I'm telling you, I've been thinking about this a lot, and she's probably the only person I've ever unfollowed on Twitter.
I feel like I'm going to burst into flames and I'll watch her content. Hun, that's conviction. Actually follow Jesus and he will save you. It's really that easy, but if you don't, he won't. It's not fun to upset people, but I'd rather upset people with the truth than validate them to hell. I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they validate. This is what they validate. Is this truly what Jesus would want? Would Jesus want you to clop your children? Is that what you're validating? Is that what you want to save people with, Melanie? Truthfully, honestly, considerably, it is very, 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 very stupid, very dumb. I think, possibly, if these things upset you, Melanie, maybe you should stop doing them. Unfortunately, down in the comment section, we actually have people that you'd consider to have good heads on their shoulders being fucking simps. First up, think before you sleep. Imagine getting canceled for saying, how about they just make games that are good instead of constantly using porn brain adult fan service to make up for boring design? This thread is probably the saddest shit you've probably ever fucking said. Because it's just sad. It's possibly looking like Melanie Mac will turn out to be Alyssa Mercante 2.0, just with a religious twist. Someone get her some firecracker makeup, send her to the boys, she can be a stunt double. Besides that, the watch continues. Lord have mercy, it's dog shit, and it's bad as fucking hell. Moving forward, we have new updates on the Taliban DGGX going down in stock, falling 500 fucking prices as much as possible. Now we have direct contact from the words of Nicholas Diorio after the releases and leaks that were shown last night from President Sunday. We go straight to the fucking source. I read thusly. Ahem, 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 ahem. I only ever looked into the leaks and reached out to Pixie because I was concerned for her well-being. After I spoke with Pixie in person, she made clear her desire for me to bridge the gap between her and Steven and her desire for as little attention on the leaks or anything identifying her as possible. In both my involvement and silence were at Pixie's request, with my greatest concern the whole time being for her well-being. Here are the logs. First, second, any stops in the logs to prevent other creators' names from being leaks. I have never been interested in shutting down conversation about the topic, only mentions that now the question of who could have been leaked, again at Pixie's request. In the FQ message, I explicitly tell her to leave up comment just to remove that part about mutual friends, because this further increased the likelihood of people knowing it was Pixie or going through the trouble to verify the mutual friend in question. If I wanted to just remove the comment, I would have done so. I would not have reached out to FQ. Upon learning the leaks and Pixie's potential involvement, I investigated privately, contacting Aaron. I then spoke to Pixie and Steven in person, separately. I never defended, supported, or minimized Steven's sharing of Pixie's intimate images. Most of my conversations with Steven about this topic were in person and confrontational. I fought with him and advocated for reconnecting with Pixie. My mediation for Pixie ended when she opted to reach out to Steven directly because I felt unable to navigate her monetary requests. There are few DMs of our disagreements, but found to be substantiated of the timing of my voicing disagreement and pushing him. I viewed him as genuinely remorseful and acting to fix the harms he had done, which is why I remained in business partnership with him. I am very disappointed and angry with him that he has not opted to reconnect with Pixie. I learned of the allegations against Cherry yesterday. I support her and Pixie's decisions and the lawsuit and charges. I have paused Bridges' releases, canceled guests, and reevaluate business relationships as I learn more. I asked Steven for information, but he is uncomfortable sharing due to legal involvement. As this is clearly the involvement of Not So Erudite, we then have to immediately go to the coverage of Nicholas Diorio, hot off Nick on the street, with tweets included. From Peter. Reading. I meant it's always nice to be home. Pixie, actually. I meant it's always nice to be home. Are you just studying still? I'm trying to, but it all feels so pointless. I'm trying hard to focus and not spiral and hold on to the hope, but then I feel guilty for having hope because nothing ever goes right and everything bad that can happen will happen. Yeah, it sounds like there is that seed of terror about the outcome for sure. Do you want me to call? Did you end up talking to Steven? Emoji. Not yet. Coleman canceled, so I ended up not coming in, but I will be there Saturday. Are you hinging on a lot of my conversation with him? Other than what I mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? As a reply to Not Yet Coleman, I think I'm going to decide my next progression on what to do with myself and get him based on how the conversation goes. Unless you decide you don't want to talk to him today, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused and will choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up and repent for his actions and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way, I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. Also, I have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means that I'll have to start thinking of more extreme/nuclear options to deal with, but I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm hoping to hold out for hope. And not to scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything myself no matter what he says during holiday season because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean that I'll auto-kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then Xing myself versus my plan before scheduling a note for after I expire. I am also still looking into lawyers, but I want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. Can I share this with Steven? He communicates to me he knows that he fucked up and there's no excuse at all and doesn't know what he can do to make up for it. I am trying to bridge to help him understand what it would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and what he should never do this again. Or better, what can I share with him? You can share this and anything else you want with him. I feel like when you talked, you really understood where I was coming from and that I can hopefully explain this better than I can. Gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about as what you needed, helping to remove the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charge, giving a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again. Is this what you feel that you need? Yeah. The only problem is with number 3, even with the removal of the video and getting that guy who hacked charge, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life. I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself, self-flagellate, in a way that I don't think he ever will like to or agree to without having the law involved. I don't want to have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough that for the rest of his life, if he thinks about the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money that he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but I think it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and it's not easily recoverable. Okay, so that is what you want to pursue. It wasn't clear to me before that this is what you wanted specifically. My understanding is that it's more of a sense of rehabilitation and justice. But if you have a specific thing you want, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money, it is that. I don't think that Steven faces consequences that he will change and will do this again. If he wants to, he can donate money to some charity or some organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail from the studies that I've read, money is the strongest reinforcer and losing it is the strongest punishment. I do not believe he will stop his actions unless he faces some level of punishment. Gotcha. I think I need to think about that because I am happy to communicate what you broadly as a sense of justice, but I'm not sure about the physics of the money and the punishment in this case. I'm not saying they're wrong. It's just the tone that has changed from our previous conversation. As I said, you will change how you feel by day, and I understand that, but I'm a bit uncertain as to what caused the change in your thinking, and so I wouldn't want to speak to Steven about this on your behalf because I'm not totally certain what led to the certainty on this course of action. Yeah, I'm not even sure about the specifics regarding money and or punishment. I believe in rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person who understands what they did is wrong takes corrective course of action and actions to help pay penance to the victims and do right by them. I want to know that if Steven agrees to this and is willing to figure out what this means for both of us in a manner that makes sense for both of us. I don't want to cause unnecessary harm or suffering to Steven. I want to know that he will never do this again and that it would be the most effective method of doing so, or jail, but I don't want Steven to go through criminal court because 1, our justice system is horrible at getting people to change their behavior. There's that libtard shit that we were looking at when we were looking at the conversation between her and her father with Destiny. 2, I feel like it would be overkill on my part. But I totally understand if you don't want to talk to Steven about this. I have just been putting it off because the answer is either 1, yes, I agree with this course of action, let's talk about what this would look like in a way that makes sense for both of us. 2, I don't agree, and I don't want to do that, in which it becomes, okay, now I have to go to court and figure this out. I'm sorry for using you as an intermediary. I can send these messages and conversations to him too myself. I just feel like if he tells me to directly, it'll be emotionally harder to handle than if I heard it from you. But totally understand if that's not something you're comfortable with, and I'm sorry if I put you in an uncomfortable position. He's also alluded to financial compensation, but I don't think he really understood the concept of proportionality or of the action since he asked if there were any bills that he could pay for me. The part here about figuring out what it looks like for you two to fix it with you and show proper penitence is super fair, and I'm totally asking him for that. And my read from your guys' DMs and what he said to me briefly is that he's very open to figuring out what that looks like. Probably framed in a way from punishment is off because it isn't about punishment, it's about making sure that he genuinely is remorseful and changing his behavior is my understanding, yes. Yes, I use the word punishment in exchange for penitence because I assume that it's something that he won't be happy about doing, but might assume the worst, and that those words might be different in enough terms and connotation that I shouldn't use them interchangeably. And don't apologize at all. Heart emoji. I will apologize. I don't want to put people in bad positions and feel like I'm making everyone talk that I talk to about this kind of sad when I talk about this stuff. I'm asking because I want to be clear about where you're at, and I want to be clear about what I'm comfortable doing because I don't want to make you feel like I make you think that I can do something that I can't or won't. Smiley face with emoji. So I'm being pedantic, but it's to make sure that I'm respecting you and myself. Face emoji. You're not making me sad. Other than like I'm obviously sad that my friend is hurting, and I was hurt by our other friend. Yeah, honestly, I feel comfortable sending him these messages and asking him what does it look like that he thinks this would look like. If you're telling me that he is... Jesus fucking Christ, you women are pedantic. Ah! If you're telling me he is comfortable, he is comfortable with the idea of proportional penitence and how that would look like. I just felt like he didn't understand when he said that he would pay for some bills for me, because it makes me feel like he's telling me, oh, I'm sorry that happened, here's $200, hope you feel better, which I feel is really underestimates the gravitas of the situation, to put it lightly, and somehow makes me feel like a cheap prostitute, or it makes me feel that that's how he serves and perceives his actions to be, lol. But yeah, obviously, do whatever is most respectful towards you. You do, like, do you think it would be okay if I send these messages to him, / is that something that you're comfortable with? I think he was worried that you would feel that he's paying for your silence, but did want to help, but didn't want to overstep. I think he's offering a lot more than how you read it, but I totally understand why you read it that way. Heart emoji. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better, / I'm ready to reach out to him using this conversation as a starting point, if you're okay with that. Like, I'll send him the conversation / text so we can see where I'm coming from. Sure, but what I'd like to outline isn't a clear ask, but the question that you feel that you need from him, and I'm willing to give, like, what he's willing to give, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. I really hope we can figure out a compromise about what both works for us. Can you tell Steven to add me as a friend on Discord? I blocked him for a bit to stop myself from sending suicidal messages to him, and now I realize that I can't send him messages until he adds me back as a friend. Because they have that choice option that says you can't DM people unless you share a server with them or they are a personal friend on your friends list. I can already tell you off the top of my head, this is probably the gayest shit of all the things we've looked at, of which there is already other gayer things which have to be broken down. Of course, these are text messages that have to be necessarily shared because of the fact that the people in the situation that are manipulating individuals and talking about this as the ones that are next up or the ones from President Sunday, if these aren't also President Sundays. I'm a bit confused on that. But this goes directly contrary to the efforts of what Pixie has set out to do, as was communicated before, and as has been explained and shown with people's behaviors with how this has been disseminated and discussed. From my understanding, from what we watched last night with President Sunday and what has been communicated by multiple parties on the matter of these details, it appears to me that all of the Taliban hinges on the interpretation of these messages from people involved in the situation, and that the reason most of this is difficult to understand and get across is because of these individuals in this situation communicating the way that they have been and or are. It is very gay, it is very lame, it is very cringe, it is apropos and due to nothing that implodes further the Taliban connections because we cannot be capable of understanding and trusting what the fuck any of this is. Now, actually, it is indeed erudite, because this is following off the message that I read earlier, which came also from Nicholas Diorio. However, furthermore, on these DMs, or rather, in this screenshot of this DM, Pixie agrees that on the messages that were being given, President Sunday attempted to paint her in an unfair light and manipulated the situation to his intention, never giving a fuck about anything other than attempting to destroy Destiny, which is why he wrote off Pixie as a suicide baiter. Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay? No matter what, please hesitate to reach out. Hi, Kala. I'm sorry I'm not getting back to you earlier as I've been really overwhelmed with the situation. I did not consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all, and I feel like they have painted both of us in a really bad / untrue light. I really appreciate the fact that you care so much about me and have been checking on me Like, so often, just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty/bad because I didn't expect for these things to get leaked like this at all. Here's my read based on what we now have from this information that has been provided. Kyla is fucking fighting for her goddamn life. Her career, her clinic, her hopes, her dreams, her backshots, everything relies on her doing everything for the DGG. The stock is down, boys. The stocks go down. They do not have the money. They do not have the clock to recover from this. This is a full 100 send. So we will salute to them, 07, because boy, you motherfuckers are caught! Caught! You're caught! There's no world you recover from this. Not only is this further announcements of the shit that you've been involved in. Not only is this further shit that you have had to cover. Not only is this further shit that you are trying to cover up and also explain to people. You cannot control how this information goes out anymore. This is fully out of y'all motherfuckers' hands. It is in the zeitgeist now. It's in the zeitgeist now. It doesn't belong to you anymore. You can't control the information sources. People are breaking out. People are breaking out. Horrible, sad, couldn't happen to a better amount of interrelated butt buddies. Truthfully, they are down sickened. Truthfully downed sickened. Also, in recent news, Elon Musk has had to confirm that he in fact did lie about his shit. That he did indeed fake his garbage. You go live to the source. If the source would fucking open. Live on the timeline. It was captured that while attending the inauguration, somehow Trump was there, that Elon Musk was both there and somehow simultaneously playing PoE 2.
We logged into the game. Wait, explain. Explain, Elon. Let's check. Let's confirm he's still logged in. Man, the average age of this room is fucking... it's crazy, actually. I don't get the friends list. What's the friends list button? I don't have friends! Elon! How are you there? Wait, how are you in the Sulfurix cabins right now, Elon? Nah, Elon, seriously, bro, come on. How? Bro, stop. This mod, dude. What are you doing? Elon, you're in a map right now, level 96, but I can see you there.
Somehow, this news has gotten all the way into a Forbes article. Let us read. Elon Musk finally admits to Path of Exile 2 boosting in DMs. From Paul Tassi, senior contributor to Forbes magazine. The saga of Elon Musk seemingly account boosting Diablo 4 and or Path of Exile 2 characters may be over, as he admitted outright for doing so, along with possibly using real money trading for gear. In a new video going over DMs with Elon Musk directly, YouTuber Nico Rex said he was given permission to share what he said about his gaming prowess or lack thereof. The video, heavily downvoted for its subservience regarding Elon's tactics, goes over the following. Had you ever level boosted and had someone else play your accounts and or purchase gear or resources for PoE 2 or Diablo 4? 100 emoji. It's impossible to beat players in Asia if you don't. Regarding Path of Exile 2, what is it your intention to take full credit for leveling your hardcore characters? No, never claimed that. The top accounts in Diablo PoE require multiple people playing the account to win a leveling race. Musk goes on to say that on his streams that he is at least the one playing, though he admits that with a say monk as strong as his was, high-level gameplay is like a cookie clicker. With a similar monk, I can attest to that. I also asked if he would apologize to the Path of Exile community, to which he answers, what would I be apologizing for? So I mean, this essentially confirms what we already knew, that it was close to impossible to get his characters in rank that high without someone boosting him or purchasing top gear. He says that everyone does it and that he wasn't trying to take credit, but he's clearly positioned himself as projecting he's one of the top gamers in the world with these characters. It has been strange that one of the most powerful people in the world cares enough like acting like the top ranked gamer to pay for boosting and gear, showing off these characters in millions on stream. When asked if he'd do a stream with an actual top Path of Exile 2 creator, he said he'd be busy preparing for the presidential transition, emphasizing on how bizarre all this is. Will I stop covering Elon Musk's gaming habits from here? At least until something absurd happens, as yes, I do think it's relevant to the industry that one of the most powerful people in the world is a gamer and apparently lies or misleads people about his prowess. My guess is more weird situations like this will follow, no matter if he's supposed to be busy with co-governing the US with Trump or not. No, I will not buy an exclusive invitation to a Forbes membership.
What's going on, guys?
We go directly to the tweet and to the video from Nico Rex himself with Elon Musk. Let's have a listen, boys.
Welcome back to the channel, and today we have quite the unusual video for you guys, and I know a lot of you probably believe that the title is clickbait considering the size of my channel, but yes, we will be addressing all of the recent drama regarding Quinn69's video on Elon Musk piloting his PoE 2 account with actual answers from Elon Musk himself. Now, before we get started, I did want to go ahead and mention a couple things. I have no plans on plugging anything whatsoever on this video, and I am going to be uploading this video in its entirety without monetization or any ads whatsoever. And to any fellow content creator out there, both small and large, feel free to take this video in its entirety and upload it to your channel, and you do not have to give me credit whatsoever for it. I am not making this video to gain a bunch of subscribers or to have a bunch of people react to it. I am just simply trying to bring clarity to a situation that I actually know about, and I do know that the internet will be the internet and people will react to the video. However, if you subscribe to my channel or you follow me after I make this video, do not think that I am a drama channel that gets into a bunch of nonsense. I typically make build guides and different guides for the video games I play, the main one being Diablo 4 right now, but I am having a blast playing PoE 2 as well, and I will probably be making content for that game in the near future. Lastly, in an attempt to be completely honest and forthcoming with you guys, I personally do like Elon Musk and I do consider him a friend. And with that being said, and I would do this for anybody who I consider a friend, I did get his permission before making this video, and I think that's pretty obvious, as there's no way that I would have been able to go through a list of questions with him had he not known in the first place. I also want to say that this video is not to be supportive of those players who choose to RMT or pilot their accounts, and in fact I personally choose to play hardcore in Diablo 4 and hardcore solo self-found almost exclusively in PoE 2. However, and this is just my personal opinion, I honestly do not feel like it's that big of a deal, as I really just enjoy playing video games, and it is not my job to dictate how someone else chooses to engage with the video games that they enjoy playing. But I will say that if you do have strong feelings towards players who engage in those practices, I completely understand, and your opinion is just as valid as mine is. So now that we've gotten all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and get right into the video. So as you guys can see here, we're over here on my private messages inside of X, and the only person you see up here is Elon Musk. Now, that is not because that is the only person I talk to. I just simply closed out the other message threads to give privacy to those people who I do talk to, as this video does not have anything to do with them and I do not have their express permission to have them in it. Now, for those of you who may be skeptical and think that I could be faking this entire thing, I will go ahead and click on his name here, And as you can see, this is the real Elon Musk. He follows me and he has 213 million followers. Now, this is either true that this is the real Elon Musk, or I am part of the most elaborate practical joke that anyone has ever been a part of. However, I don't think this video is going to be that interesting. So let's go ahead and go back. And again, Elon Musk. So as you can see here, guys, I opened up regarding PoE 2 and to a lesser degree Diablo 4, because those are the two things that were in question. And I'm just going to go down the thread. And I'm going to try not to edit this video too much. However, I do still suck at talking to a camera in a room all by myself. So anyway, as you guys can see, Elon did go ahead and link his max roll leaderboard from Season 2 in Diablo 4, and this was regarding the Abattoir Observer, and he did manage to get to rank 20 in the world, which was no easy task, believe me, and that is not because Diablo 4 is a difficult game, because it's not. However, when you do start trying to push into high tier pits, or in this case in the Abattoir Observer, and you are racing other content creators who are actually trying to compete for those top spots, it actually does create its own level of difficulty for the game. And in fact, I would say that's really where the only difficulty is in Diablo 4, is the difficulty that is created by other players on unofficial leaderboards who are racing for those #1 spots. So it is actually quite difficult to reach that. And in my opinion, and I know there'll be plenty of people who may not like this, but Elon Musk is actually a pretty good gamer. And
I don't believe that. And the reason I don't believe that is that if he was a pretty good gamer, he would be able to do everything that he paid for himself. Because in the history, in the entire fucking elongated track record of the legacy of the company of Grinding Gear Games, which has been running concurrently alongside them for 13 fucking years straight, we have never, ever seen it necessary that multiple people need to be logged into a person's account in order for them to be able to compete for a top spot in a leveling race. It has never been seen. It has never been done. When it had been done for the purposes of experimentation to show theoretically what it would look like and be possible for, it was an arranged project that had nothing to do with logging into someone's account, real world money trading them, and being able to fake it while claiming the rewards that should come to them for doing so, but instead was that person going out and demonstrating their desire to get across how difficult it would be and can be and is to get it off the ground to start with, and also be able to get it across the board as worth and valuable. Full stop. This is bullshit. It is bullshit. It is why he dodged accountability when asked why he wouldn't want to be on camera with other top content creators. It is a repeat of the same shit that happened with Sacred Symbols Plus, Colin Moriarty, and Mark Kern. He doesn't want to do it because he doesn't care. If he cared, he wouldn't have done it. To think that someone who owns the platform that most of us use in order to make our shit viral needs to be able to fake his gameplay in such a way that he needs to go out and make this bullshit cap to start with shows an unwillingness to be honest and a desire to do everything in his power to avoid the accountability that it comes with. Not only is it repugnant, not only is it dog shit, it is emblematic of an inability to be accountable and should be treated as such.
he does play quite a lot more than what you probably think. However, that is not what this video is about. So moving on to my first question, I asked him quite directly, have you level boosted, had someone else play your accounts, and or purchased gear resources for PoE 2 and Diablo 4? To which then he answered 100, which means of course yes. And as you can see here, he also stated, I've also been on multiple streams with both Rob and Ace. Both of those players are notable Diablo 4 players and content creators, and this is also true, he definitely has. And then he goes further and expands on that, and he says, but when I post a video of a game or am streaming, that's 100% me, which of course it is 100% him playing that account. And then here,
well, see, the problem there is that even if he plays the account after having gotten ill-gotten gains, that only justifies more of the reason why people are calling him on this bullshit. We don't care that he plays the account and that he does so while having already said that he's this or that or this and the third. It has more to do with his dishonesty. We care more about the dishonesty than him claiming, well, guys, I do play the game. Like, why are you against me like this? He has to stop. It had to stop. It's got to stop. Because anything other than accountability is cope. And should be seen and treated as such.
he actually provides some insight as to why he chooses to RMT and have people pilot his account sometimes. And that is because it is impossible to beat the players in Asia if you don't, as they do. Now, this is absolutely true for Diablo 4, and I could be wrong, but it is probably the case to some degree in Path of Exile 2 and even Path of Exile 1 that there are plenty of players, and in fact some of those players might be at the top of those ladders every season, who do in fact RMT as well as have people pilot their accounts when they are doing something else. Now,
the thing is that just like a person could do that in something like fucking RuneScape, which is to say OSRS, even if they could be able to do so and get away with doing that, the fact of the matter is that these are not those games, and that does not make it okay. These are not those games. You can't do that shit here. We don't do that shit here. The game is designed so that you don't do that shit here. You are encouraged to play of your own volition. To not play of your own volition demonstrates an inability to be honest, and thus demonstrates why this caused such a kerfuffle. Because ultimately, how can the person who's so goddamn rich that he has all the time in the world to play find himself incapable of just fucking playing? It's bizarre. Just play the game. That's all everyone do. Just play the fucking game.
now this could be something that both I and Elon are mistaken on with regards to PoE 2, and there may not be as much rampant RMT and piloting going on in Path of Exile as there is in Diablo 4, because trust me, there is a ton of it happening in Diablo 4. Almost every single season there are multiple bugs and multiple issues with duplication of items, and that stuff hits the market and players either buy it for real money or they use their resources they earn in the game and they trade for it. Either way, there are tons of items that have been duplicated, and there is a ton of people who are RMTing in Diablo 4 every single season. And I also want to say that this is in no way excusing the behavior. However, like I said at the beginning of the video, it is not something that I personally find impactful as to how I enjoy a game, so it doesn't really bother me to any significant degree. So to answer the burning question, does Elon Musk RMT? Does he have someone pilot his account? Absolutely he does, and he openly admits to it. And in fact, I will give you my own personal anecdotal experience with this. So one of the first times I actually spoke with Elon while playing D4 was when he asked me to help him possibly tweak his build a little bit for a previous season to help him push into a higher pit tier. And while we were talking, I remarked about how crazy his gear was at the time, to which he himself immediately told me that he had purchased some of that gear. And I can honestly say, with me at least, that he has been openly honest about RMTing in Diablo 4 as well as PoE 2. Now again, this is not condoning the practice. I am just simply trying to bring some clarity to the situation. There are a lot of assumptions that Elon had plans or was going to take credit for all of these things and that he was intentionally deceiving people. Well, in my opinion, that's just simply not the case. And from my own personal experience, that's just simply not the case. Now, I'm not going to try to persuade you otherwise. I am just simply giving you my own personal experience as well as his open admission to RMTing as well as piloting his account in PoE 2 and to a lesser degree in Diablo 4. Now, moving on to the second question I asked Elon, I said, regarding PoE 2, was it your intention to take full credit for leveling your hardcore character? To which he then replied, no, never claimed that, and the top accounts in Diablo or PoE require multiple people playing the account to win a leveling race. Now, I believe I've already shared my opinion as to how I feel about the second portion of his answer here with my response to the first question. However, just to reiterate, it is my opinion that there are plenty of players who are probably participating in RMT as well as piloting practices on the PoE 2 ladders on any given league. However, that is not to condone those practices, and whether it is his intention to do so or not, he will inevitably displace another player who may not be participating in those practices just by him boosting his account. Now again, I personally do not have strong feelings towards this because it does not impact how much I enjoy playing a game or the way I choose to engage with a game. However, if you do have those feelings, that is perfectly fine, and I'm not trying to downplay the situation whatsoever. And then to the first part of his
pause. But you are though! Nigga, you should be furious! You should be furious. And the reason why you should be furious is because of the sheer fact of the sheer chutzpah of the dishonesty. And the intention of believing that something that he thinks is not that big a deal should just simply be, hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. No, I do not want to hear you out. I want your account deleted. Real money trading not only is against the spirit of the game and the integrity of the game, but is actively a demonstration of a perversion of the game. The fact that you cheated inside of a market system that was designed around gear mattering means that you have done the same thing that would be explicitly wrong to have done in the time and heyday of Diablo 3, when you could actively buy the gear off the market. It's unacceptable because it completely invalidates the game loop, the experience, the intention. You can't do this. It is wrong. It should always be seen and treated as wrong.
His response, again, my own anecdotal experience, he's never really lied whatsoever about what he does in the video games he chooses to enjoy, and I don't believe he would ever lie if directly asked about it, as evidenced by being directly asked about it, and he openly admits to RMTing as well as piloting.
Pause. He's only admitting to it because he doesn't give a shit about what happens for having admitted to it.
And I do not believe in any of his streams that he ever claimed that he leveled his characters entirely by himself. However, it's not really a topic you would naturally fall into when you're streaming. It's not like you're going to start up a stream and be like, hey guys, I RMT and I piloted this account to get here, but now that we've gotten out of the way, let's go ahead and get on with the stream. Just really wouldn't do that. So it's kind of understandable that topic would never come up in the first place. Now moving on to the third question I asked Elon, I said regarding the Asmon drama, was it just a misunderstanding of what an editor is in relation to content creation? And the reason why I asked this question is simply because they come from two different generations. And when Elon probably thinks editor, he understands it as someone who may edit a magazine or edit a newspaper, and they have full control as to what goes into that subject matter. But in Asmon's case, an editor is just someone who edits out his content and uploads it to his channel, and they both benefit from that. And because Asmongold is such a massive content creator, he really saves a lot of time in not having to edit out his content, which means he can upload more content and also provide jobs to people who may need them. So it's beneficial for everybody around. And his response to that was Asmon seemed to require permission from others to stream on X, suggesting he doesn't control his own destiny. Whether those are the editors or others, I don't know. And I think this is just simply a misunderstanding, as Elon is not familiar with content creation, because why would he be? He does a million other things. But I have actually explained this to him in previous messages back and forth when this first happened, that Asmon just has an editor, as in someone who just edits his content, and that he maintains full control over the creative side of his channels. And ultimately, I feel like this was a pretty unfortunate interaction. I actually asked Elon back in November of last year if he had ever reached out to Asmongold to see if he wanted to stream on X, because Asmongold is a big free speech advocate. I am a big free speech advocate, and Elon is a big free speech advocate. And I
pause. No, he is not. He does not care about the free speech people that go against him. Yes, it's partially the Elon thing again. No, he does not care about the people who go against him, as he's clearly willing to deplatform individuals that do not talk about topics that he wants, and actively platforms people that will kiss his fucking ass.
I think that Elon Musk has a great platform for streaming, albeit not the best platform for streaming, but it is getting better. And I think having someone like Asmongold streaming on X would be a massive benefit to the platform. So I really hope that fences get mended. And you'll see here in my next question, which these started to become much more lighthearted questions, I said, would you be willing to allow Asmon to do a live stream of a rocket launch at SpaceX? Now, I just so happened to catch the clip of Asmon stating that he would love to have a live stream where he could live stream a rocket launch. So I asked him about it. And then I said down here, this would potentially be one of the biggest live streams ever. And he asked, is he asking for this? It's not like our live streams get low views as it is, which is true. All of his rocket launch live streams have tons of viewers. And I said, I'm not gonna lie, he asked for this and I honestly think it would make his dream come true. And I'm not trying to be weird about that, but I do think it would honestly be something that's really memorable for someone or anyone to get an opportunity to go live stream a rocket launch at SpaceX with Elon Musk. I mean, that is pretty awesome and definitely something you could check off your bucket list. And I said right here, I said it would be badass. And he said right here, okay, sure, but he has to admit that I am a living god of video games, with obviously a bunch of laughing emojis. So clearly he's joking here. But I just want to say, Asmon, reach out to him. I think this would be an awesome stream where you have the opportunity to go to SpaceX and live stream a rocket launch with Elon Musk there. And I hope you guys mend those fences. And I do feel a little bit responsible for putting them onto your channel, even if it is just a coincidence that I brought it up back in November, and that's about the time that you guys were talking about streaming on X. And I think this would be a really cool live stream to have. So Asmon, if you do react to this and you do have a chance to go and live stream a rocket launch at SpaceX, just know that I put in the good words, okay? I put in the good word, and I think that would be an awesome stream and something that would be really cool to see you and Elon collaborate on something that big. I think that would be an awesome stream to have. And then going back up here just to go over the information that I scrolled past, and this is regarding the top accounts in Diablo or PoE2 require multiple people playing the account to win a leveling race. Just kind of expands on that. However, very few Diablo players achieve a sub 3-minute T51 clear, and that was in season 6, despite being at max level. And I'll also add in with maxed out gear. And I haven't seen anyone else post a sub 2-minute clear apart from Resistance, and this is actually true. No matter how you cut it, a sub 2-minute clear of the hardest level in Diablo 4 is very fast. My run is posted to X and very few mistakes were made. So again, Diablo 4 by itself, not a difficult game. However, when you add the competitiveness between fellow players, that's where the difficulty comes through. It's much in the same way when you're playing something like a first-person shooter, where if you were to play the first-person shooter with bots, super easy. But it's when you add the human element and the competitiveness between fellow players, and that's where the difficulty starts to grow. So
pause. And I disagree entirely. Diablo 4 is simple because all of it is hold down button clear screen, the same way that it is in Exile 1. Exile 2 is not comparative to Exile 1 or to Diablo 4. Simply because we're looking at a game that is unfinished. And even in this unfinished, buggy, and sometimes unfair fucking mess, the soul of the game is supposed to be based around build diversity. Right now, some characters and classes do not have any real diversity, but we only have 6 classes out of the total of 12. Currency, and the ability to manipulate your items to create better items off of the ground, let alone with any level of investment of meta crafting, doesn't exist. The marketplace for items is shit across the board. Making a character in Melee might as well be roll a monk, pick one of the 2 monk classes, have fun, because you might as well avoid playing Melee if you're choosing to use a warrior, because if it's not some form of a titan that's using slams plus or minus ignite, you have a non-functional character. Period. He went out and bragged that he was #1 at a character class that is probably one of the more premier ones, then demonstrated 4 violations of the terms of service of grinding gear games. He needs to be permanently banned from the game. He clearly doesn't have remorse for his actions. He clearly doesn't get it. And you coping for him and sweeping for him even if you do not approve of his behavior and agree with it, but are simply explaining it, is demonstrable of the reason why Elon Musk deserved to get clowned on for this. If you compare this to any other in any other sense where you have money interchangeable hands, this would be an outright permanent banning of the person in question and permanent prevention of them ever making content about the game again. There's no other way to design it. There's no other way to talk about it. There's no other way to define it. There's no other way to fucking look at it. He just has to go. He has to fucking go, dude. He has to fucking go.
So I just want to say that it is actually quite difficult to achieve a sub 2-minute run. However, overall, Diablo 4, super easy game. You will not hear me argue otherwise. And then he goes on to talk about his Quake experience here, and it has been confirmed that he was actually quite the good Quake player back in the day. And in my
But that's not today, is it, dickhead?
opinion, he's still a really good video game player. Maybe not
today, dickhead. He's still buying shit.
Sharp as he used to be, but still pretty good. Definitely above average. And then on to my last question, I asked him, would you be willing to do a hardcore duo live stream playing PoE 2 with Quinn? And then we get off on a bit of a tangent here. He continues to talk about his Quake experience. Then we get on to his hardcore character dying, which also my hardcore character died today as well, which was pretty unfortunate, to a mixture of lag as well as bird vomit, which is never a good combination. And then finally back down here, I ask, so would you be willing to do a live stream with Quinn in hardcore trade league, new characters, fresh gear? And
pause. Would you be willing to do content with the person who's responsible for exposing you, making you look like a fucking idiot, that you don't know what you're doing, and exposing that you had to do this in the first place? Would you be willing to give money to the guy who's basically mogging you live on camera all the time? Would you be willing to just bend over and let us milk you for all you're fucking worth?
And he says that will boost his stream viewership to crazy levels, to which I say, but it would be fun, and he's a cool guy. And he asked, why should I reward those who trash me?
Da-dum! Despite feeling that he needs to be banned permanently from the game, be fucking for real, dude. I'm supposed to platform the people that hate me? Is he wrong? Is he wrong?
Which from Elon's perspective, I can definitely understand why he would feel that way, but from Quinn's perspective, he's very protective over PoE as well as PoE 2. And
pause. It's not about Quinn. Stop glazing Quinn. It's about the game itself. Everyone's protective because we want people to try and enjoy this shit the right way. He didn't enjoy this shit the right way. The people who want to get involved in the things that we like enjoy things incorrectly. That is a sin. We don't want them to do that. We want them to have fun. They can't have fun if they're trying to cheat the system.
And I'm sure he was much more disappointed to find out that Elon was RMTing as well as piloting, because those activities are looked down upon and frowned upon in the PoE community, and to a lesser degree Diablo 4. And I can completely understand his perspective on the matter, but then I say, and this goes for Quinn as well, because sometimes it's all a misunderstanding and forgiveness is freedom. What would Jesus do? And obviously, Jesus
will whoop some feet. Fuck you mean? If Jesus was a Path of Exile player, he would be a detonate dead character, and he'd be looking at him saying, my son, go back to Zone 1. You have not earned the providence of the Kingdom of Heaven.
Jesus would forgive. So I really hope, Quinn, if you do watch this video and you do react to it, that you guys can build a bridge and get over it, because I think it would be a really cool stream to see you and Elon playing together, blasting through hardcore, and maybe you could even educate him on some PoE 2 stuff and show him the ropes, because honestly, I think it would be a good time for both of you, and it would be one heck of a stream to watch, and I know I myself would be tuning in. And then going down here, I asked a silly question which was completely pointless, and then he responds with a very good answer, to which I respond with a bit of a joke, and then he goes on to say that he's preparing for the presidential transition, so let's play for him in the next few days. So there you have it, guys. Does Elon pilot his account in RMT and PoE 2? Yes, he does. And when asked about it, he admitted it openly. And in my experience with him, personally, he's always admitted to these things. It is his way of engaging and enjoying video games, because he wants to be competitive with those players who do partake in those things as well. Now, that is not me condoning it, although I will say it is not a significant deal to me, as it does not impact the way I enjoy video games. However, if it is an important issue for you, I completely understand, and your opinion is just as valid as mine. But at the end of the day, guys, it's just a video game, and in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that important. But I hope that everyone out there gets some clarity from this video. Again, I am not trying to persuade you one way or the other, and I openly admit that I consider Elon a friend, and I enjoyed playing PoE 2 as well as Diablo 4 with him, and I will continue to do so in the future. And I'm going to say again, I'm not going to monetize this video, and if any content creator out there wants to take this video in its entirety and upload it to their channel, you have my full permission to do so. But that's going to be it for the video, guys. I have a ton of work to get to for Diablo 4 for Season 7, but as always, guys, I hope you're having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from, and peace out. I will see you in the next one.
Yay. Stupid. Gay stupid. So probably some of the most non-glazing that I've seen on the fucking topic whatsoever. I personally would like the topic to end, and that it just be solved with a fucking banning. It is stupid that this continues to keep going forward, but hey, we live in a time period where people are really super concerned with what Elon Musk is doing and whether or not his inability to play a video game is directly contributed to whether or not he can also stop acting like a fucking lolcow in public at events. At least, if we could be so divine to do so, someone should definitely go to Baron and ask him how he feels about this. More than likely, that kid is playing these same video games and probably thinks all of this shit will be emblematic of what Elon Musk represents, both to his father's campaign and possibly to his future presidency. Namely, a man who cares more about being liked than he does about getting things done, wants to desperately be in the limelight and in the center of the camera, but not if he's not the one massively benefiting. Making everybody roll their fucking eyes as they look at him go through his fucking teenage antics yet again. As we move on to the next news story, I remind you are watching the Bronies Network. Brought to you by PointDexter.com. When you feel that you can't be able to play video games like anyone else, go to the experts that can be able to hit that fucking octave with the sniveling PointDexter.com. Your geeks to the games. Following up after this, there was an event by the name of the 14th Annual New York Game Awards. With 100 people watching in attendance, let us see what is supposed to be considered a wonderful piece of media to consume. Let's watch. Featuring none other than Caroline Petite, and formerly of Kotaku, now listed as a freelancer, Alyssa Mercante. Holy fucking shit, you don't know how to dress yourself, Alyssa. What is this hair? What is this dress? Where are you people? This looks like a community theater! It probably is, actually.
8:45 p.m.
And their audio is dog shit. Holy fuck. Oh my god. The engineering on this is embarrassing. Volume at 300%. Headphone warning. Headphone warning. Headphone warning. Headphone warning. You're about to hear shrill white woman like you've never heard it before.
Wow, it's bright in here. Diane. 8:45 p.m. Standing on stage at the New York Game Awards. 816 miles south of the Canadian border, 15 miles west of the state line. I've never seen so many pizza shops in my whole life. As W.C. Fields would say, I'd rather be here than Philadelphia. As you have no doubt surmised, I am helping to present the award for Best Writing in a Game.
Certainly ain't got best writing in fucking speech, bitch. Boo! Boo, nigga, boo!
Good writing, Diane. It's a lot like a great cup of coffee. When it...
God damn it. The nasal. The fucking nasal. It might look like a woman, but it sounds like a man.
Good writing, Diane. It's a lot like a great cup of coffee. When it's made right, it just warms you from the inside out. It injects you with energy. It gets your fingers tingling and your toes tapping.
I wish you could inject some fucking energy in your goddamn speech, bitch!
It opens up new pathways for your mind to traverse.
I'm traversing my mind into the clucking garbage. The only thing that's keeping me sane is the fact that I have an image of myself with my woman on repeat. I will not describe what I'm doing. I am in my happy place. The bad women cannot touch me. I am unfazed by the cringe I am witnessing. I remiss you to look at the fact that during this, she is pretending that this shit is funny. But other than the people in the audience that are giving them passes, I'm not laughing.
Open for David Lynch offered us new ways of looking at the world and helped us, opened our hearts to mystery and helped us think more about the power of love and compassion.
You know, you're supposed to be able to memorize these things or, you know, be better at reading your cue cards. Freelancing writer? She can't even read!
And like the video game writers we're here to honor today, he did so not just through words on a page, but by fusing these words to images and music and the vast, impressive, surreal worlds he and the teams he worked with created for both film and television.
This award honors the craft and artistry of those who engage in this collaborative, multifaceted creative process.
This year's nominees are all a remarkable testament to what good games writing can do. It can take us on swashbuckling adventures, it can pull us into profound mysteries that demand investigation, or it can encourage us to change the way we think about the world we actually live in.
The nominees for the Herman Melville Award for Best Writing are...
What the fuck was that transition? We're gonna bring down the house lights. It's like the movie's about to start. We're gonna bring down the house lights. We don't have a person on transition ready for the fucking budget prop. Nobody knows how to do any kind of video packaging. I must remind you that this is CNN. With energy best delivered by a vaporwave track on a 24-hour video stream. 13 years of this shit, guys! 13 years of the Game Awards in New York! And you still haven't mastered this!
Harold Halibut. Metaphor, Refantasio. "1,000 Times Resist." Life is Strange, Double Exposure. Phoenix Springs.
Man, listen to that energy, electric in the audience. You can make me want to drive an ice pick into my ears. No, Fatal, this is not a parody. This is a fucking award that they apparently have been done for 13 years. That Alyssa and Caroline wanted to go be a part of. The clip is almost over. It's only got 5 minutes and 8 seconds on it. It's almost over, guys.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
And the winner of the Herman Melville Award for Best Writing in a Game is... Metaphor Refantasio!
Hello, New York Game Awards.
I swear I could hear somebody singing something retarded in the background there. Can anybody else hear it? Because I swear it's there. It's like an echo in the background. Someone's saying something to the effect of walking together. Professionalism. Theater kids. Not even once, ain't that right, horror?
Hello, New York Game Awards, and thank you so much for the Herman Melville Best Writing Award. We're so sorry that the team couldn't make it there today to receive in person this tremendous honor.
This tremendous honor of one of the many pedigree padding experiences that people ask, literally who? When they ask what they want an award for.
But we're truly appreciative to all the players that joined us in this fantasy adventure that Studio Zero built for us. Now, one of the development goals from the beginning was for players to take something away from their experience within the United Kingdom of Uchronia and implement it in their everyday life. So we really hope that we achieve that.
As storytellers, there is no higher honor than being recognized for writing that resonates with players like you.
You motherfuckers don't play games though, what do you mean? Even as a JRPG, all they gotta do is press a button and move a directional pad. And they can't be remiss to do that while on live stream.
On behalf of the Metaphor development team in Japan and the localization teams around the world, thank you. And may fantasy give you strength.
Congrats! The writing in Metaphor Refantasio was witty, wild, political, poetic, and...
We are not gonna make jokes, we are not gonna make jokes, we will not make jokes, we will not make jokes. Reggie, why are you there? We will not make jokes, we will not make jokes, we will not make jokes, we will not make jokes. Her dress is very nice. It's very sparkly. Definitely do not look at the fupa.
massively operatic. I spent hours upon hours wrapped in a compelling story about magical election and cat people.
You know, our awards community is this is a community event. And yes, we've got some celebrities, writers, game developers, but as a nonprofit, we include students and donors, politicians, and community activists. They're all here.
Thanks, Reggie. From this, I can tell you 3 things. 1, this, when I talk about games and events, when I talk about games and events and awards being for pedigree farming, this is what this looks like. 2, when we demonstrate the inability of the games journalists to get across what is on the pulse of consumers, it is because they are not making people and they are not making games that can touch with that base. They are doing it for that kind of a crowd. The kind of crowd that exists in New York City that laughs at its own jokes, that are extremely bad, have little to no effort thought out through it, and even when you could try to give them the best effort and their best doubt, everyone involved looks like a trashy Z-list celebrity, slumming it to try and get some form of relevance and clout. And thirdly, all of this went without being announced at all in any relevant fucking fashion. I am remiss to go find the rest of the footage of this event. But I ask you this question, chat. Put up your ones and twos. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Did you know that this event existed before I showed you footage of it? I love the fatal added in the hell no. And there belies my point. What the fuck use is a award and the announcement of a award being had by a non-profit if the non-profit has absolutely no recognition to the industry? Just like how Variety Magazine has no place at a fucking Game Awards show. Why would you want Hollywood to have a bird's eye view of the gaming scene? Unless the intention was never for it to be for the gamers, but instead as another lobbying event for bringing people together to make money, not involving the consumer base. Now, the whack-ass award can be a whack-ass reward by itself, but the point is, by bringing this to your attention, you can now see a little bit closer to the other side, and how they're gay as fuck, and they don't know how to do anything right at all, and it's so sad. It's so sad that for all the fucking things that they chose to do, ironically enough, Ace just mentioned it myself, that they chose to butcher fucking dialogue from Twin Peaks, all fucking corpsing through a presentation. Professionalism is not the word I use to describe it. It's just fucking goobers. The absolute fucking goobers. Soon, but not too soon. And then, of course, more news and more topics from Kingdom Come Deliverance. And more importantly, somebody who won't shut the fuck up about him! But once again, you're watching the Carl Negro News Network. Here, only on Carl 2 Network. Where'd my cursor go?
We started working...
There we go. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 has revealed in its post-launch content roadmap, with information to be found below. From Niche Gamer. Boop, bop. Drag over a little bit. From Niche Gamer, publisher Deep Silver, and the developer Warhorse Studios Shares the content roadmap for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the new open-world action RPG sequel, as published by Brendan Orselli on January 1st, 2025 at 11:06 a.m. Eastern Standard. From horse racing and hardcore mode to mastering blacksmithing and exploring compelling new quests, there is plenty for players to look forward to as they continue their adventure with Henry. Enjoy a selection of updates, free for everyone, including a barber's feature to customize your look, a hardcore mode for those seeking a greater challenge, and horse racing, where you can hone your mounted skills and uncover hidden surprises. Brushes with death. Embark on a chilling quest as Henry aids an enigmatic artist with a shadowy past, journeying across the lands of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, facing perilous encounters and unraveling a web of dangerous schemes. Legacy of the Forge. Dive into Henry's roots by exploring the legacy of Martin, his adoptive father. Work to restore a once renowned forge and improve your skills in the art of blacksmithing as you uncover forgotten tales of the past. And Mystery Ecolacia. Enter the Sedlic Monastery, where intrigue runs deep. Tasked with a covert mission, Henry must navigate the complex dynamics of this region, discovering hidden truths and navigating a maze of conflicting interests. Released in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Alongside these expansions will be a number of free quality of life updates to further enhance the gameplay. Let us watch. Now, the controversies as they continue are as follows. 1. Kingdom Come Deliverance has had non-stop drama brought about it because of both Smash TT and everyone's favorite Asian VTuber, Mark Kern, constantly prognosticating about choices and options in content that is either confirmed, unconfirmed, or now are on the fence about being worthy about whether the game is woke or unwoke. Earlier, on Monday, you heard me read the story directly contributed to either the developers or the PR team behind the game, that they have had to come forward with details that exist about that content that is effectively, no, the things they said are not true, please stop listening to these people, they are fucking stupid, dumb. Instead now, we are out to the point where, after this report has been made, and it has been pushed and explained, they are still going on about this today! On screen, from Grums, the final results are in. Pretty much an even split. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. People are very divided, and it's okay to be divided on an opinion of a game here and there. Don't let the left gaslight you into canceling each other and splitting up the cause. That's what they want. Of course, final judgment can only be made after the game is out. I can judge how they are treating everyone, trying to defend them, and how they are treating supporters today. I don't need the game for that. I am on the side of being non-binary, on the fact that I do not like and do not want to play the game. Simply because I do not like the coverage and those who are trying to prognosticate about the story, removing any interest that I would have in it, because they are more focused on the things that haven't happened yet because it's not out, rather than worrying about the material directly in front of them, and how they choose to report about the stories. My direct reaction from seeing this from him, as it's been throughout most of the week, was, your audience is not a barometer of the wider player base, stop trying to elongate this news cycle, it is trash and you're off base. A cursory scroll down the timeline of Grums can demonstrate the point that I want to make, which is this. 1. From Dr. Fusslepussy, a developer, when it explained that why is Henry forced to be heterosexual and Kingdom Come Deliverance 1? Budget constraints. Henry was always meant to be queer. They didn't just have the money for it back then. Can you stop complaining now? You know what? That's it. I'm out. A pinned tweet from him 8 hours ago. I'm sorry. How does making a fictional character cost more money to make them gay than straight? That is retarded beyond belief. It's a joke, mocking everyone for the retcon that was revealed. In Kingdom Come Deliverance, he was different. See my post here. People sent me this on Kingdom Come 2, and I asked them to trace it back so I can confirm the source. It's from a Warhorse stream, and this is the comment section. It is, or rather was, the official marketing and design position of the first game. From this, it is clear that Daniel and Warhorse changed the mind from Henry is Henry and definitely not you to now Henry is you with your own choices in the sequel. This is both a lore and design philosophy change. I understand what players of the first game invested in Henry as a character would be upset. I think a lot of this could have been avoided by as much. I can't speak. I think a lot of this could have been avoided by being much more upfront with their customer base and their responses, which have been consistently terrible. Ultimately, the market will decide. This and posts like this that can be found on the timeline with him talking about any video game as he starts talking more about Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers is that this has been the repeat of all the news he's had on the entire topic non-stop, no matter fucking what he says and does. It is and has and continues to only be him constantly talking as much as possible on anything he wants to include himself in. Because while talking about DEI shit and trying to jump onto following and pushing people to follow individuals like Kirsch Vestal, trying desperately to, quote, keep people together and not split the news topics over things he wishes to follow. The problem is, he's all over the fucking place, trying to get people to basically, on top of other topics with people like Hypnotic, glaze topics that he will not fucking let go and wants to antagonize about. As you can see here, with clips from Trudeau, to clips from Andy No being on Podcast of the Lotus Eaters, to constantly retweeting like his name is Ian Miles Chungus. Ultimately, up to 23 hours ago, Grums continues with the flip-flopping that has existed, namely from this post from a banned user that had received a review copy of Kingdom Come Deliverance, spoiling the game, and him choosing to talk about this with unnamed sources that have yet to be fucking confirmed. Quote, another rumored gay sing in Kingdom Come Deliverance. I refer back to the post I showed you the other day based on this news source that came from the official team. Namely, quote, number 1, quote, number 6 out of 10, and quote, number 4, as well as quote, number 3. If not obvious enough, my point is that Grums consistently wants there to be a fucking house fire about this. He keeps kicking up dust, trying to get people to care about something that they're not concerned about, was never an issue, was never a problem, and then ultimately for the people who truly care about the game, not for the news cycle around the game, they would have already known these things that they, quote, claim that they don't already know about and don't already see. I want to stop having to cover this shit, because every single time I see somebody attempt to talk about this, they talk about this in a way in which they act as though this is not his intention and is not the point he's going about. Because he keeps trying to say things to the quote of, quote, the way PR has been handled on this is terrible and could have all been handled much better. I'm not happy with how Warhorse and Daniel were saying things like don't believe the internet when it did turn out the big part of the rumors were true, except for the ban, possibly, and skippable part, but that wasn't the main issue. But that's news that you reported that they had to demonstrate with things that they specifically needed to do that were based on, quote, a screenshot in a poorly translated tweet. Spoiler alert, containing spoilers about the game for KCD. These things came from you, Grums. All of these things came from you. Stop talking about news that you have no context for and that you don't understand. Stay your fucking ass out of business that doesn't involve you. Stop talking about news stories that you're not willing to do the due diligence of to confirm. We don't want to hear it anymore. We're tired of the shit. Move the fuck on to a greener pasture that isn't video games. And where's the game at? Where's Ember? You got all this time to talk about all this shit, but you still ain't working on your goddamn video game, huh? What's going on? You seem to be distracted. Got all this time to cover all this other bullshit. Let's put it on a low scroll. If there's porn in this timeline, it's not my fault. You got all this time to talk about this shit, but where the fuck is Ember? Where's Ember? Where's the demo? It's 2.5 years! 2.5 years! Get it done today! Today, dickhead! Today! We need to see a demo in the next 6 months! If you ain't putting one out there, I'm gonna go to Set Alpha, I'm gonna ask him if he's willing to go on a broadcast about it, and we gonna get on the ass! Because you're still grifting! I could give less of a fuck! Not only are you wrong, you're still stealing people's money! And you're hiding behind fucking Hypnotic while you do it! Get it done! Do your job! The job that you're actually capable of doing, because you can't do news journalism. You can't do it, Gun. You can't do it! Apologies to all of our headphones users. You are watching Carl News Network, where the host will be a certifiable crash out over his hobbies. He'll get in that ass. Guaranteed. Moving on. Unfortunately, for all of you, TikTok has returned. Nothing ever changes. Nothing ever happens. Fortunately, for the most part, all of us should be happy that certain kind of material is contained. For, I tell you, chat, you should be happy that the particular material that I'm about to expose you to
Let's talk about
has been contained to that platform. I hope you're not currently eating something. If you're currently eating something, please put it down. It's time for us to hear about orc anatomy. Again, I ask you to be aware and to appreciate that you do not have this now proliferating the entirety of TikTok. From where they are to here on Twitter or greater YouTube Shorts. Let's watch.
Let's talk about orc vaginas. And this information is coming from a mating manual that I'm trying to get funded by my Ruby Gold and Diamond Tier subscriber. And this lore comes from the world of my mangas, The Knight of Sloth and Devil's Deal. So let's talk about orc pregnancy. So when a tatted up, tall lady orc wants to get down with a jacked up bandit orc, he's got to go through natural processes if he wants to get her preggers. So for obvious reasons, a lot of the genitals are blurred so we can look at the medical anatomy side of things. Where the vaginal opening is, you would expect to see a clitoris. However, female orcs do not have clits. But unlike the Brimborn with their pubitoria and vaginal sleeve that kind of act as elongated grippers, the orc vagina is very similar to humans until you get to the cervical gate. But unlike with humans where the cervix will be the end of the line for this train, you actually end up pushing past the cervical gate into something called the cervical flow. And the cervical flow is specifically for the head of the orc member to deposit all of its juices, and you'll see why there's so much a little bit later. And then at the very bottom of the cervical flow is something called the dome gate. And the really cool thing is the dome gate is actually a sphincter. Because of how much genetic material an orc thing produces, it actually forces the sphincter open to start depositing all of this genetic material into the sperm dome. And it's within the sperm dome
just let it happen, Nace. Don't ask questions, just let it happen.
The little spermies to actually start
just let it happen.
And we'll see
let
in
it happen.
anatomy how they actually fight it out. But basically, only the top tier guys end up surviving and going into the flow vine. And the flow vine is kind of like grapes, where there's a ton of dead ends here, and only the strongest and luckiest, honestly, will make it to the eggs here. And yes, you see multiple eggs. A single orc can end up getting pregnant with 6 children at a time. But even once they get into the eggs, the sperm have to still fight it out until there's only one left in each egg. And remember how I said that there's no clitoris for the orc you know what? Well, a really cool thing is you see how everything's kind of stacked on top of each other like this? The sperm dome actually is extremely sensitive and pleasurable. And if you're familiar with the male prostate, it actually acts very similar to that as it sits really close to the rectum. And so while, yes, going in through the front door can push on the inside of the sperm dome a little bit, which is pleasurable for them, you actually end up having a lot more contact whenever you go through the rectum. A lot more pressure is applied to the sperm dome, which means women get a lot more pleasure out of it. So if an orc is just doing it for fun, they will actually go through the back door rather than through the front. So yeah, if you want to try to have a baby, you go through the front door. If you're just here to have some fun, you go through the back door. And so if you want to get with a female orc, that's what you can expect. Next time, we're going to talk about the male orc and their appendages. But if you like this kind of stuff, go fund the mating manual. We have 10 more Ruby Gold subs that we need to go and fund this thing for.
So, pray to your lucky stars that TikTok did indeed return, because shit like this would have been on the platform, and you'd be seeing it and hearing it, and not from me, not even necessarily from me, but from fucking Poe. Remember, I could be much worse. I choose not to be. I could be so much worse. You are watching Carl Negro News Network. So, what you missed, Ace, is that I was explaining that TikTok, having returned, is now back to being an entertainment site, where the worst of the worst content does not have to be here anymore. That is an example of the shit that has immediately returned upon hour 1 of the website going back up. That's the kind of shit that's going on there now. If I were so evil, I could be able to use content like this to purge people off my fucking page, but I don't. Because who the fuck wants to see that all the goddamn time? I'm sorry that you had to see that, but you need to know the extent of what the fuck I'm talking about when I say you should be lucky and cursing and blessing your lucky stars. Also, directly hot off the presses, thank you, Hor. Directly hot off the presses from r/Destiny, from Hobbit Follower. All X/Twitter links are now added to the domain blacklist. Pretty simple. We're going to rip the band-aid off this and not allow links to tweets anymore. I'll be updating the rules in the morning to reflect this, but we will now continue to allow screenshots if you are posting a weird Twitter screenshot using the social media tag. If you're posting a satirical blocked or screenshot, please use the satire fake news. We've tried to find ways to make social media posting work here, and it's just a step towards not supporting the bile that we tried to avoid. The news portion of the social media rule will remain how it is. Twitter breaking news posts will continue to be will continue to be removed. Please continue to post news from reputable sources. Any attempt to circumvent this rule will lead you to your post being removed. Thanks at Destiny Sucks at League for the info. I feel like this should be followed up with a push for people to move to Blue Sky. It is a far better platform for X. For those of you interested, here's the DGG Starter Pack. For those of you wanting a break from the DGG universe right now, here's a general political influencer starter pack with libs only, of course. They are so bitch-made, so upset, and so mad that they are getting their shit pushed in on the stock price, crashing down into the goddamn stock prices. It continues to fall for GGX. The Destiny GG Stock Exchange is going down another 5,000 points for this. They are down horrendous. How bad is it going to get worse for Destiny? How many more people are going to be losing stock investments in their DGGX stock options? Who knows? We'll find out later throughout the day. You're watching Carl Negro News Network. Also, now let us immediately cut to a recording of Now Recording, with them being light about Cataclysm.
Now recording.
I thought we'd do the Cataclysm stuff.
Oh.
Don't you want to take your victory lap or something?
Okay, we can do that. But we had that DM conversation. We were like, "Fuck you, beavers! If we had done this, would have been." And I'm like, "Yeah, or we would have blown up, or we would have got doxed and swatted. That's the risk you have to take, Matthew."
I was talking about like how close, like, because she responded to us. Cataclysm responded to us back in the day, like a year later, right? And I was wondering just like how close did we get for her to like be like, "Fuck these guys, I'm making a video." Like, I imagine like her being talked down by her YouTube friends, like, "No, don't make a video on them. They're like a podcast that gets like 100 viewers. What are you doing?" You know, I could totally have seen that happen.
Yeah, she made a thing, and then she can say our name, and I got upset at her for not saying our name in her fucking show.
And then we moved on.
8 channels. I was like, fine, whatever. I don't care anymore. But I should have pursued it because that woman is a snake.
Oh yeah, she is. What they did to that Django Jakey guy, and it was legit. Like it was like YouTube like snaky behavior. Just like, hey, I want to talk to you, and now I'm gonna turn everything that you said to me into a video. Thank you.
Her apology was so dog shit, by the way. It is. Oh my god, it's bad.
Absolute trash.
Yeah. It's like somebody gave her. It's like literally what I think happened is she got into. Oh, before we even get into the apology, a great thing was. So who's that other guy? That's the one that got most of the shit. Unfortunately, whoa,
Lewis
some random person.
I can't spell her name.
It's with a Z.
Yeah, it's Lewis McCloud.
Where the fuck? The Lewis guy, right? So the great thing about him is. So Lewis does a stream. The guy's never done he's never done a live stream on his channel to that big of an audience, right? I can say that comfortably. Anyway, so he starts up this live stream, and you can just. He hasn't watched the whole video through. Some people say he did watch it beforehand. I don't think he did, because if he did, I don't think he would have gone live.
No way he would have gone fucking live.
Right? I think
way.
what he did. Yeah, I think what he did is he watched like the first couple of minutes of it, and he was like, I see 1 or 2 points in this that are like I can own him on this. Let me just go live. Right? And like he didn't. There's that one part in it where the guy shows like his intros, and it's like, she was. It's like, he's like, how can he do this if he's not gonna? How can this janky whatever guy do these types of subject if he's not gonna respect the woman? And then it's just he shows, yeah, buddy, she was all at it.
my favorite part was them shitting on him because he was using the I'm Alex thumbnails, and they were thinking like he was like a protege that was like doing the thumbnails because that's what I'm Alex taught him to do. And then you look at like Katie Clism's thumbnails,
exactly
the same.
That was probably one of the biggest fucking things that were annoying about the both of them, in comparison to all three of them being in the same sphere of content. The fact that they would try to attack him over something that they all collectively do, and then act as though that shit is not going to reflect poorly on them. What the fuck was wrong with them? Honestly, truthfully, it was a great watch.
Lewis's aren't like a fucking mile away. They're like really similar. They all use yellow tags, and they all do the same shit. The faces, right? Yeah.
And you know what the difference is? And this was my point that, okay, dragging up the drama from beforehand, right? All of these people, okay? I haven't even watched fucking. So I am making a blanket statement here, but I'm pretty confident in the statement, right? The Lewises, the fucking Katie Clisms, probably that. Whatever the fuck his name is, the victim in all of this, right? Probably him too. What they do is they pretend to fucking care about these people, right? Like they dress it up like they fucking care about what's happening to these people and the people that are being exploited by like these pedos on fucking TikTok. Thank God it's going away. But like on TikTok,
unfortunately, it didn't. Wah 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 wah.
And shit, and then. All that they're doing is they show clips of these people behaving in a cringy manner. And they go, haha, look at this fucking weirdo, right? And then they go, well, I'm morally superior, so I'm allowed to do this, right? I'm allowed to make these videos, but I'm doing it for a good reason. I'm a good person. I'm trying to help these victims. And all these fucking middle-aged women and teenage girls are like, oh my god, you're so fucking great. And I look at it like, bitch, you're the same as us.
Yeah.
The only difference between me and you is I don't pretend to care about them at all. I'm here to laugh at people.
That's the fakery of the situation, right? Look, the thing is, like, everybody behind the scenes are pretty much the same. They tell edgy jokes. They say crazy stuff. They have like obnoxious senses of humor. They're all kind of like that. And then you have these people that like hide that away. And then they go and they like have this front where they're like these self-righteous, virtue signaling people that are trying to like morally grandstand on every single topic. And then so what happens is they point out the wrong guy, and then everything melts because it turns out that like eventually people start seeing how fake you are in these situations. And I think Katie's like that. I think the McClung guy is like that. Like these people actually don't care. They're just doing this for money.
No,
You
they're
know?
just milking it.
Yeah.
All they do is they milk the shit. It's disgusting. And it's not, let me correct myself, it's not disgusting that they're doing it. Right? Like, by all means, make fun of the fucking creep on TikTok. But don't pretend to care that you're actually, like, you know, doing something, or you're actually helping the
To
situation.
do it the way what's his name? Kiwi Tapes, and what's the other guy that did it? The locale guy? I can't remember his fucking name. He's really good. Chris and Ark. Who's the one with
the Kiwi guy and stuff like that? They actually do it, right?
Yeah,
like they
that's how they
will go into the fucked up shit that these people have done and like point out why they are fucked, and then also make a couple of jokes at the person's expense.
Yeah, they're here to laugh. They're not here to morally grandstand on.
But what they'll actually do is they'll actually point out the facts in the situation, right? Whereas you could start up a fucking random cataclysm video right now, and all it would be is whoever the fucking predator on her thumbnail is, it's just going to be her reacting to that person's cringy moments, right? And being like, that's not cool. I don't think this person should be on TikTok. Well, why don't you think they should be on TikTok? What have they done? Besides, what was that one that they were fucking reacting to? Yeah, Smokey MC's the guy's name. What was that fucking... Who was that person that they were reacting? Alba or Elaba or some shit when we were looking at it, right? I don't think it was that person. But anyway, they were just going over it, and they're just like... This guy's like, hey, my sweetheart, right? And it's like this fucking fat, like, white dude. Right, that's balding, and she's going, I'm sorry for. Oh yeah, they were like, hey, my sweetie, I don't know, Tina, right? And then she's like, I'm sorry if you're Tina. God, I'm like, but Tina's probably an underage girl. What the fuck are you doing? Fucking disgusting pieces of shit. I hate her so much.
Thank you, Teddy, for the $4.99. You guys just hate nuance in women. True.
True. You know what the worst thing is?
I too am a woman hater. We all know that Carl hates women. I hate women so much. They hate women so much that they just can't be able to bother themselves. I hate women so much that I please that woman. Because you know what women hate more than men? Being pleased by a man and not having things to complain about them with. Truly, I am a big hater of those women. You want me to check those updates on podcast ideas? Talking to Erudite about the Destiny allegations. That will be next, probably. Now, you could have hopped inside the vocal room to tell me about this.
She's gonna be a fucking successful YouTuber like there's no tomorrow, and I fucking hate it. I hate it so much, it boils my blood.
I mean, she's already pretty successful.
I know, and didn't I say that when we fucking covered her like a year ago? I was like, bitch, is gonna be successful. I can tell.
Well, click on her community tab. I think she has your apology right there.
Ooh, and there's one more thing before we get into the apology, right? Kate Prism has a weird obsession with porn. I don't know what the fuck happened to this girl, right?
Her ex-boyfriend's reporting will forever.
She was thrown off the balcony.
Did she? Maybe she deleted it. Oh well.
You're about to say maybe she deserved it. I was like, no, wait, Matt.
No, I'm not that retarded.
But so she has this weird obsession with pornography, right? But she's like, pornography is rot, and it is. Don't get me wrong, pornography is rot for your brain, right? They've done studies. Bad for you. Don't watch porn, kids. But she fucking comes out and she says in her video that fucking, what was it? Meat curtains? Was that the term that he used?
Yeah, meat curtains. Yeah, beef curtains or some shit like that.
Beef curtains or whatever. And then she's like, and everybody knows that's a term from the pornography industry. Everybody. Where have you heard them use the term beef curtains in pornography? Do you really think that a man wants to be sitting there and he's going, there's a fucking male actor's like, oh, show me your beef curtains. Or the fucking title of the video is like, look at these juicy beef curtains. What? You fucking pulled that out of your ass. And also then she's like, and everybody knows that fucking, it's a racial thing as well. Bitch, beef comes in all different shades.
The apology video's right there.
It goes from fucking like,
I just want to start the video by saying,
rare or blue even. I still have those two charts, by the way. Still my going theory. She got very upset at that comment, by the way, that I made like a year ago when I called her a tranny.
Yeah, she's like massively like turf coded.
We watching this?
Oh, he asked me.
Yeah, watch it. Press fucking play.
An apology to Danky Jabbo. The live stream that I did before was pointless, and it was ultimately based off of no real evidence that I had. And if I was going to come and talk about our conversation, I should have had receipts. I should have been able to show things so that what I was talking about actually had substance. I want to apologize for that live stream being so all over the place, and I want to apologize for making you feel as if you had no other choice but to make a video, because ultimately whatever was said on our call was not anybody else's business other than our own, and I should have been more mature just to sit down with you and have these conversations and hash it out in private rather than take it public. I do
pause. You didn't want to do that, woman. You wanted to antagonize him. You made so and clear so when you posted that you were going to be copying his messages and then showing them. You thought that you were doing something fucking clever, and then you ended up getting yourself fucking embarrassed on a wide panel in front of a wide studio audience. You have no one to blame for the shit that happened to you other than your fucking self. You could have fucking acted like a proper goddamn content creator, but you chose to do the shit for attention. And then you got what happens with the attention that you got. Fuck out of here. You ain't got nothing to cry about and complain about. You knew what you were doing. You didn't give a fuck. Keep that give a fuck attitude. Keep that not give a fuck attitude as you get fucked in the ass for not giving a fuck.
I want to make it so inherently clear to everybody watching this and anybody who is upset by the situation that I know no matter what I say, it doesn't matter. Whatever reasoning I give does not matter. The outcome has meant that a person has had to come online and defend themselves based off of, ultimately, was a private phone call that I was not happy with the result of. I do, however, want to make it clear that in the call I had with Jesse, it was not me.
That should just be the end of it. I started up a live stream to trash talk you and make false accusations against you, right? And insinuate that you may be a PDF file, okay? Because
to be fair, Lewis
did that. Goes away. What do you mean?
She insinuated that he might be an abuser.
No, she insinuated that he might be a pedophile.
No, Lewis did that. She didn't.
No, there was a chatter who ended the Cataclysm stream where she like read it out loud. And...
Wait, she read it out, and then
did I miss this? What the fuck?
She read it out, and then she was like, they were talking about like the beef curtains, and the guy's like, well, you know, it's only minors that have pink beef curtains, and then she's like, yeah, it's a little bit weird that he's into this, and or some shit like that. But I think she plays the deal. If not, we can find it.
Made clear that he was not friends with Alex.
I explained exactly Cataclysm I've been explaining to you this video. I did it for Alex. I wait for the opinion they get me, and we're never friends, and I haven't spoken to him in months.
Now, I also acknowledge that that is none of my business. It is not my business whether Yankee Gabo is friends with Alex or not. Obviously, I had the right to be privately upset about that, but I didn't have the right to come online. I just want to make...
Right?
Yep. Yes. Yeah.
Like, that's another thing.
Hilarious.
Yeah. The fakery of this all is like you're gonna pretend that this annoying orange joke is like the most offensive thing ever, when it's just him just like obviously doing like having a little laugh.
Well, because he probably thinks it's ridiculous that you're trying to police who he can be friends with.
Yeah. And he doesn't owe an explanation.
No. Be friends with Jeffrey Dahmer if you wanted to.
It, though abundantly clear, mine and Jesse's conversation did not end with a conclusion about his relationship with Alex. What I said on my live stream where I stated that he said to me, I would rather not talk about, and then went on to sing Alex's phrases, is true. Can I prove that though? No. Should I have come online with no proof? No, I shouldn't.
Characterizing it in her little BPD brain, like that's what she heard.
Like who the fuck cares? If you have a conversation with somebody and you're like, are you friends with Matt Pitt? And they go, I work for him, and da-da-da, and then the conversation.
I guarantee you.
Why would you be upset about it?
I guarantee you this is like it happened this way. I guarantee it. He like is asked and he goes, yeah, no, I'm Alex did some horrible things, but you know, it's this weird thing. It was really good to me during that time. You know, he probably said something like that, and then she took it and twisted it as like him praising I'm Alex and like defending him.
Because in her little BPD brain, everything is binary, right? Things can't exist at the same time. Somebody can't be a piece of shit and also have helped you out.
Yeah, it's like they don't understand. They can't understand that, but they do understand it. But they want to use it as an attack. That's the thing.
Since I brought up like a serial killer, right? You know that John Wayne Gacy did wonderful things for the youth in his community. Okay, that's true, but he also did horrible things.
Well, someone else did really good things for their country too, and at the same time, really, really horrible things.
Hitler.
Yes.
you were talking about immediately.
Yeah, we were so close to this topic being normal. Like just something we thought about. Like we're so close. It's actually wild.
Was Jeffrey Dahmer homophobic? Technically he was gay and he was fucking gay people. But
Let's call you him out. Have fun. Enjoy. He's still fading gay.
He's like, it was like Boblax, but like with killing people.
And then someone leaked it. He was
like blowbacks for killing people. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
Oh, why would anyone leak this? Oh no. I'm in so much shit now, guys. I think I'm cancelled.
I've killed 15 gay men. I think I'm canceled, guys. I think it's
I can come back from this.
I just need to write the perfect speech. My responsibility has got to be on point. Guys, I need an alcohol check. I've killed like 5 people. What do you think I should
Need killing more. If only I killed straight white men like Ned Kelly, I could have gone down as a hero. The Americans are laughing. They have no idea who that is.
No clue.
No clue. Yeah.
If only I killed in health insurance investment. That would work.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't have. It was ridiculous. And what did I expect from making that video? I wanted him to take accountability. But ultimately, the one in the wrong here.
Fuck you. I've had enough of your shit, person. We were the greatest empire in the world, and then we just did nothing and let it go. No, we went defeated, we just let it go. You know, we sent all our criminals to your country, and it really fucking shows. Yeah, we made a better country. I can freely shit himself and walk around the supermarket, and his mother will just defend him. She didn't defend me, actually. She fucking was the one that threw me under the bus.
Were you at a supermarket?
Oh my god, we went to the supermarket, but it was closed for Christmas.
Didn't know that part.
And then we went home. It could have been worse.
Other people shit on glass.
And then we went up on aisle 6.
Did you read the donuts from Teddy?
Yeah, I think so. Well, Teddy just put $9.99. I want one day for someone to make a video like this, but just completely double down. Yeah, I did it, bitch. And I'll do it again if you have an issue with it. I'll do you next. Lick my badge. That'd been a great response. I would have been just all for it. Yeah, I would respect that.
Wrong here was me. I shouldn't have gone online to do a live stream because I was upset. I should have hashed out in DMs with him and had my problem with him. I understand, and I completely and genuinely so apologetic because I understand that what I said and what I did in that live stream has meant that.
Have you noticed that, like, since we covered her back in 2023, like, there's been more increase of piercings on her face?
Yes.
It's like she's slowly involving more and more BPD brain, you know?
Just want to address Eva in the chat, okay? Said, if you got it on car seat, you'd be in even more trouble. Not true! It was my car, okay? I can do what I want in my car.
I like how Mitch never knows what's going on, and then, like, he just starts talking about him pooing himself every time. That's all he has.
No, it's not, okay. I'll stop talking, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about you. Please don't hate me.
I hate what was sent to him. I want to apologise for the fact that my videos resulted in so many people being disgustingly racist to him in his comment section, being nasty about his appearance, and just coming to stuff that was ultimately not relevant. I also should have not come to stuff that wasn't relevant. I shouldn't have made jokes about him potentially being a that was out of pocket. And I am really sorry that that resulted in him feeling like he had to talk about his sexuality. I never even considered that, and that proved how short-minded I was in this situation. And I'm really sorry that was something that happened. And nothing I will say will make up for that. I am just truly genuinely apologetic. I do want to address the accusations that are coming to me.
My audience went over to try and cancel you, and now it's backfired. Oh, that was what I wanted. In the fucking video where that ginger twink, right, was going over the shit on his live stream, there's this point right at the end where she's in DMs with him, right, early in the stream, because he has a conversation with her and she's like sends him something at the beginning of that stream, okay? So they're clearly in DMs with each other during that stream as it's happening, right? And then right at the end of the stream, the chat's like, she just deleted a fucking video. And he's like, you can literally see him pale and he doesn't know what the fuck to do, right? He's like, oh, well, I think I've just been scapegoated, guys. I
genuinely think that was the best. I genuinely think that was the best crash out stream I've ever seen in my entire life. Because it was like usually you get like a crash out stream where it's like a lolcow and it's like their audience already hates them. But that was somebody who was so sure that they were about to take like the biggest W. Like they were going, I'm gonna turn this. And the way Oggy turns that chat over time is masterful. It's just an actual masterpiece.
Were there like actual fans of his, like actual fans of Lewis that like immediately started to turn on him?
Yeah. His actual audience started to turn.
Oh, you should fucking seen like even Katie. You know, she's. I mean, if you go look at the comments of this, I'm sure they're the same, right? It is just people shitting on her.
Wait, Katie like left Lewis out to dry. Like then Katie was like,
yeah, that's what
I'm wrong.
Yeah. While he was at the beginning of the stream, she was providing him information, right, to help him with his live stream. At the beginning, she like sent him DMs of some shit, right? And then at the end of the stream, chat is the ones that tell him she's just deleted her live stream and her video. She literally hung that guy out to dry. She was like, nope, that's not how that is fucking going. All right, just
pack it in.
Cheers, you fucking nerves.
Why don't you take off that waistcoat, pal?
Because I feel like if I don't address these things.
No, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at something else.
All right, well, I'm gonna kill myself.
I think, well, you did the man. But again, it's a difficult situation because I understand also me combating these allegations may come across as me saying that I'm not sorry. I am very sorry for the live stream I made. I'm sorry for bringing mine in his private phone call drama, which ultimately that's all it boiled down to. Online was a petty and very silly thing to do. And at my size and me as a creator, by now I should have realized I shouldn't have done that. People seem to believe that I accuse them of being a
What do you mean
is it
your
hypocritical
size?
talking about?
Oh gosh, she's got a fucking tattoo on her. Oh wow, she's really gone for PPD.
Yeah, she had that before, by the way.
Is that the Skyrim logo? What is that? Is that
it looks satanic. It looks like an upside down cross.
Stare at it longer, Matt. Why don't you?
I don't even know. Like, it's like an insect, but it's also like.
She posts pictures in a community tab. We can take a look at it. I'm sure she's got a photo. Wait, right now?
Why do you know that? Yeah,
I looked at her community.
That's a good question. Why do you know that? Why do you know that intimately?
Why? How long have you been stalking this girl?
I hate this woman.
Yeah, you hate it so much. You got looking at pictures of her.
Fuck. Okay, Beavers. Would or would not Beavers? Would not.
What? I think you changed that opinion.
No, I have not. I've not changed it at all. I told you in that fucking episode, and she got upset at this. I think she's trans. I've held this opinion from the beginning. It's not one day.
No.
Yeah, Beavers, you were totally wrong. Oh, there you go. That's the clearest one.
She needs about 10 more cheeseburgers. In one sitting.
I don't know what that is.
Listening to that part, she's just so confused. He's saying I need to be fatter? Are they calling me fat? I need to be fat? Like, what's going on? How are they shaming me? Like, what?
She is like chubbier than I expect.
Oh, this is where she's addressing the I didn't call him a pedo thing. Go back a bit.
Seem to believe that I accuse them of being a is it hypocritical talking about Smart School 19 is a choice when for most women it's only pink pre-puberty, most certainly a choice. Exactly.
Not only did I never even say anything about anything being pink, but Katie is now just insinuating that I was somehow referencing anything to do with paedophilia or underage girls, which is incredibly insulting, obviously incorrect, and seriously damaging.
I can't explain how uncomfortable that makes me feel that is something that people have taken from that live stream. I never said Jesse was a I was talking about the fact that he used the term beef curtains in a derogatory term, and me and my chat got into a conversation about where beef curtains comes from, the implications of that.
Pussy.
That's why she hears beef curtains and she's like, that's
yeah. That's what she's happening.
By the way, I like the Beaver's take on this is like, she thinks Danky Jawbo's misogynistic. I'll show you what fucking misogynistic is.
It's like she's dealt with us before. She should know how like we roll, I guess.
When was that?
We did a whole episode on her like a year and a half ago. We were in on it for like 5 minutes. Yes. This is why I hate this fucking podcast.
I don't take my work home with me.
Everybody's right. Aiden's right. Queen's right. This fucking podcast sucks. I hate it.
Yeah, well, they suck, so whatever.
Can you elaborate what that means?
Means you suck a cock.
I'm talking to Matt. Thank you.
Phrase I said that the term beef curtains is rooted in racism and misogyny. I shouldn't have gone on a side rant about
rooted in racism, you dumb. Oh.
The roots of a word that I was upsetting used.
I don't know
how old she is. Like Katie calls him Beaver.
I know, but she annoys me so much that she talks out her fucking arse, bro. In what way is that a racist term?
Why don't you show them how it's done, Beavers?
I was younger when people like used the term beef curtains, right? Or like an Arby's fucking sandwich and shit like that. You know, like Eddie 2000s humor, right? Nobody was going like, we're gonna go to the ghetto and go say this because then it'll be extra fun, right? What? It's a general insult for women. It's kind of like the same way that a woman will be like, oh, you have a micro penis, right? It's the same fucking thing, you dumb.
Ugh. So they can make fun of Mitch's micro penis all day long, but the moment Mitch mentions her beef curtains, it's too far.
Hey, don't make me prove you wrong. I will, I'll do it. I'm like at the point in life where I don't care anymore. I'm gonna do it. I will do it.
The worst thing is, by the way, the worst thing about her whole racism comment, right? About this guy saying the beef curtains is a racist statement. He's fucking Egyptian. He's from Africa. The guy's colored. What's your problem?
Beavers is South African, and in South Africa you can use the word colored. It's like a normal thing, guys. Calm down.
You can't do that. You can't do that, America.
Not in America. No, not in America. It's very. It's a very dated term.
But how can they say people of color?
That doesn't mean
oh, you just can't end it with the word ed. You can't say colored. You gotta finish it off. You say color, not colored.
Yeah. Well,
you guys are fucking dumb. It's the same word.
Yeah, but it's just like something you don't use in America anymore.
All right, but
come on, guys, go deeper. Go deeper. Go deeper.
My favorite colored person.
Ah, they don't go deeper.
I've always wanted to come to a colored neighborhood.
Oh wow. I'm colored. No, really know how to cut a rug.
I admire your bonfires that you have in the middle of the road. It's very cultural. Sorry.
Because of course people are going to think that implies that I'm saying he is said things.
Right? Is this guy is dark skinned? Okay. You're not even allowed to say that, you little piece of shit. Anyway, this guy's dark skinned, and you're talking to him about using a fucking racist term. Like what?
Literally the whitest woman in this whole situation. Like the two white people
on top of that.
Yeah.
How about you return all those fucking artifacts you stole from Egypt? Hey. They can have them back and they can take care of it. Nothing in I don't want to hear shit. Listen, we returned your countries.
Not mine, I fought you and I won.
To be fair, if England wasn't looking after the artifacts, ISIS would have burned them down. Exactly, thank you, Mitch. Mitch is my favorite.
That is literally the argument that they keep making.
I was just saying this the other day, right?
That's legitimately one of the arguments that they made. I think it was the Brits, right? I think it was the Brits and Americans. They were like, we should be able to go to all of these countries and take all of the artifacts because otherwise the terrorists are going to blow them up.
They're not interested in them. Do you know what the Rosetta Stone, the thing that allowed us to translate hieroglyphics, do you know what it's being used for? Fucking building material. Like, they had no interest. We rescued all this shit.
Egyptians said. I don't give a shit.
Shit like this is why we're keeping them. Okay? Statements like that.
The fucking Egyptians were good at anything. They would survive longer. Their civilization fell.
They're not than any other civilization in history. Okay, when I went to the Vatican, right? The Vatican is this giant museum.
Fancy. When I went to the Vatican.
No, this is a story. It's a fucking story. I'm gonna paint the same. Fuck you. Right? It's a giant.
When I went to the Vatican, I noticed there weren't that many colors around.
That's true. There wasn't. That was 10 years ago now. That's probably changed.
I went to the Vatican and I spoke to one of the Catholic priests about my coprophilia, my attraction to fat women.
Anyway, we're no longer talking about artifacts anymore. Like, the story's just gone.
She really likes cheeseburgers, your father?
There's probably good things. I was gonna say some horrible things about Aboriginal people. Why? No, because in the Vatican, right, this giant museum, they had a section that was just Australian themed, and there they had all these Aboriginal artifacts that were gifted to them 100 years ago by the white people. And I live in Australia, and I've never in my life seen so many Aboriginal artifacts. And they not gifted them to the Vatican. What?
Walking Dead? Yeah, I'm watching the chat. Like, Corey's like doing the Easy Street song. It's like, bro, you binging some season 6 Walking Dead, bro?
Yes, I am actually. Daryl's losing his mind in the closet. Yes.
And then when they do get given things, right, and this is where it's going to take a turn here, so cut me off, please. When they do get gifted things, they were given a bowling club, right, in my area, like 5 years ago, because they claimed it was their land. And so, like, all right, well, the seller's selling, like, all right, this bowling club now belongs to you. It's like a sports bar. It is now fucking derelict. There is nothing happening there. It is all fallen apart and shit's gone to hell. So yes, in short, the Britons were right in taking all the stuff. They should come take them out.
I'm just imagining like a safari of Catholic priests going to hunt Aboriginals.
Oh, thank God you said that, because now he's taking all the...
They dress up their collars, they're carrying their rifles.
But all they're finding is a bunch of emus.
Like, I came here to hunt real game.
Thank God Beavis took all the heat off.
They literally did that, okay? That is me bringing light to a horrible thing that happened in history.
Wait, what? Hang on. They actually hunted Aboriginals like a safari?
Yes.
No? Where?
In Australia.
Jesus. Okay. No wonder when I get a circular key and the Aboriginal people are there busking and they don't want to talk to me. They just...
Bit dry now. Let's switch over. Because I'm just sitting here with nothing to be able to fucking say, dude. Who are these guys and this chick, and why do they all annoy me? You probably were not there when we covered the Cataclysm content. Cataclysm is one of 2 people inside of the Lewis McClung / DGGX allegation back and forth that were responsible for trying to bury his channel because they did not like him and were more than likely, in my estimations, jealous of him and wanted to stop him from being able to make content. They saw an opportunity to try and jump on top of him, and because he was a Egyptian Muslim who had connections to I'm Alex, because they all live in the UK assumptively, they wanted to attack him. He defended himself with his own stream as Get Back, and the Cataclysm was the one that threw Lewis McClung under the fucking bus, as we covered that live on air. Anyways, moving forward. Tom Dark Live, talking to Erudite about the Destiny allegations. This is the Carl News Network. We go live to the DGG disaster.
Day that the Destiny allegation stuff initially went public, I got reached out to by Erudite, Not So Erudite, or Kyla. She's Destiny's co-host of the Bridges podcast. She has a business with him, and she also was seen in the DMs interacting with Pixie, the alleged victim of the allegations, and basically she wanted to talk to me about her position based on the fact that there had been a lot of DMs leaked where it looked like she was kind of trying to, at least from my perspective initially, cover for Destiny and maybe help him out and quell the situation from going public. So she wanted to talk to me about that. And this video is that interview where we talk about it. We go into the DMs, we talk about her perspective and her intentions, and I questioned her a little bit on a variety of things regarding the situation. So I think the interview will mostly speak for itself as far as whatever people want to come to conclusions on. But yeah, without further ado, this is the Erudite's interview. She personally said, "Hey, I saw a video where you said Destiny Erudite. I can understand how you came to that conclusion from the information that's available and the framing that's going on. If you're open to hearing me out, I'm down to talk to you about it in private. I'm also comfortable with you recording it and using that for content. I like you, and I think you're one of the few unbiased and responsible commentary YouTubers. So I feel like you might be open to getting my side with extra context and information." So we're going to be doing that. No word from Big D, but this is, I guess, the best we're going to get for now. I think he said he wouldn't be talking about this stuff pending certain legal action, so we'll talk to her about it. We'll see what she has to say. Maybe it'll be good, maybe it'll be bad. Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing all right. How are you?
been a day. Been a long day.
Yeah, just to let you know, I'm recording already, in case there was any question, just so it's totally clear. So, yeah.
This is now jacked up to 290, now 300%. Headphone warning.
Did you wanna talk about the Steve stuff that's going on?
Yeah, I figured I wanted to reach out to you, as I said, just because I think you're probably going to be the most fair, but it also seems like, so I'm only really going to speak probably to my side, and then if you have questions, I'll answer what I can. And I guess like the main thing for me is it's when people are looking at the texts that I'm sending back and forth with Pixie, they're getting like a very clip-chimped version of the exchange. Just so you are aware, I've talked to Pixie about an hour and let her know that I was talking to you just to get consent. So I asked her basically if I could give you DMs to basically be like, the way I'm getting painted here is like really, really far from the truth, and I don't really know why.
You look like Ghislaine Maxwell.
I know.
Yeah.
And so I guess I'll maybe start with like the first. So I called Pixie and she immediately was like, I'm so sorry. And just so it's clear, you can text her as well if you want, like on Discord, and confirm like everything you want with her. Like I'm not like, she's totally fine with it. She mostly just feels really bad about this. So this was the text that she sent me today, just so you have an idea of like where I'm coming from and that she is like agreeing. She knows that I'm sending you these texts. The only thing is that if there's receipts that you want to ask for, I'm happy to give them. I just want to make sure that I send them to her as well, because I feel like it's like the one thing that hasn't happened in this whole situation is like her consent being included. So
yeah, it's her story, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just want you to be clear that like I'm being very intentional about that, and if there's things that I don't answer, I apologize. There's just
so I can show this text you're sending.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me see here. So this says, let's see here. Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay no matter what? Please never hesitate to reach out. She says, hi, Kyla. I'm sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all. I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad and untrue light. I really appreciate that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often, just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty and bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. Okay. So, I guess you're just showing here that you guys are on good terms, basically. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess the biggest question for me would be from the DMs, and I did prepare. I pulled up a bunch of them, so we can kind of, if you don't mind, we can go through them.
Yeah,
a moment here,
that'll be perfect. I can kind of show you the context around the DMs that you have as well.
Okay, perfect. So the biggest thing for me is that it looks like you're essentially playing mediator for Destiny so that he doesn't have to directly talk to the alleged victim. It looks like that's what's happening here. You're playing mediator, you're trying to diminish consequences for him, and diminish sort of culpability for him by not having him have to admit anything outright in a DM in regards to what happened in the situation. The situation being that it seems to be the case, at least, that he essentially got an explicit video of them together and then sent that to someone without her consent. To your knowledge, is that true? Did he do that?
So, I'm also, just to be clear, I already told Destiny that this is what I was going to say to you as well, so everyone's just like fully consented, and I can again show you all the DMs of me letting him know that this was what I was going to be saying. When I confronted him in Miami in like early December, when I went down in person, because I wanted to talk to him in person, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I asked him, did she know you were recording, and did she consent to it? He said that she did know about the recording, like she's aware, she did consent to the actual filming of it, but he said specifically, probably not. Like it was 3 years ago, I don't remember specifically, and like things were open like this, but yeah, probably not. I didn't get like explicit consent. And I said, Steven, that's really fucked up. Like that's not okay. And so just to be clear, he would say, I didn't completely say, but I read that very strongly as him acknowledging that he did not have consent to give it.
Right. Okay. I guess the biggest question from there would be, once you had that conversation with him, and that was, you said December of last
early
year?
December. Yeah.
2024?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys had that conversation. How did things develop from there?
Yeah, so I was notified. So when the leaks happened, I was having like a community event. So I wasn't actually aware of the leaks until I think just like honestly like a random person messaged me being like, have you seen this? And I was like, no. I still actually haven't looked at the leaks. I have like personally just a policy about never looking at like leaked nudes and stuff. But that's back, so this is back before I talked to Destiny or Pixie. That's when I reached out to Straight Raid because I was hearing that it might be Pixie, and I figured if it was her, I was also hearing that she's saying it wasn't her, and so I was like, if it was or wasn't her, I don't really want to put her on the hot seat with like me talking to her and making her feel confronted. So I'm just gonna like check and see, because to me, if he didn't even have consent to record the video, then this is a whole different ballgame. Like it's a whole different plan of action of like how I am going to process what's going on.
Right. But to your knowledge, he did have consent to record, just not to share it.
Yeah, or at least consent to have it. I don't know if he recorded it or she recorded it and sent it to him. I'm not actually familiar with like how the video was made. But yeah, it sounds like the consent, he had consent to have the nude in the sex tape, but not to send it out. That's what Aaron said to me. And I was like, okay, well, thank fuck he didn't record somebody without
Aaron
them even
is
knowing.
Straight Raid?
Yes, Aaron is Straight Raid, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So you found that out. Sorry,
I texted Pixie. Yeah, so after that I texted Pixie. So for context, Pixie and I have been friends for like well over a year. Like we're not just two orbiters, but we worked in PV together. When I'm in Miami, I hang out with her all the time, independent of Steven. Like we have our own friendship. We've been good friends for at least a year. So as soon as Aaron confirmed to me what was going on, I was like, okay, now I feel comfortable like checking in with her and seeing how she's doing. Texted her and she basically like immediately told me like everything that was going on. And I was like, okay, holy shit. I believe let me just check because I don't want to give you wrong information. I believe we've called a bunch because I checked in on her a bunch as well. It was all over text. Yeah, it was not on Discord, it was all over text. Okay. So December 12th, I texted her and I was like, hey, she was like, hi. And I said, do you want to chat or just have a friend? I'm really worried about you. She responds.
Once you found out about the stuff that was going on with the videos of her being public.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So I reach out, I don't know, you don't probably need me to read everything, but basically she tells me that she's feeling a little bit suicidal, but she's not planning to kill herself immediately. And she's like trying to figure out like what to do about this situation. I respond, that tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you. I understand because I don't, but I do care. And I do want to see you safe and find peace. Do you mind if I ask to spend some time with you? She said yes. We make a plan to meet up. And then we meet up December 13th. We're talking about the time. I send her a restaurant. We go against that one. Malua. Okay, Friday, December 13th. There we go. Friday,
You guys
December
met up
13th.
in real life and had a conversation about how to proceed?
Yeah, and how she's doing. Because at this point,
Had you talked to Destiny, Steven, about this stuff?
I had heard about it at this point, and he had basically like the only thing he had said is being like, hey, I'm worried about Pixie, like I think she's suicidal, like you should, like if you want, you should probably check on her.
He told you that he was worried about her being suicidal.
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
you
but
then go check up on her, you meet up in real life, and what?
Yeah, but I texted her beforehand, just to be clear. I'd already texted her about wanting to meet up and talk anyways, and
Yeah.
he just gave me the extra information. She's suicidal.
Okay. How did that conversation with her go?
It went honestly really, really well. I will say, so like part of when I went into it was I was trying to evaluate like how suicidal, how serious the risk was, and like where she was at, just because I don't know if you're familiar with my background, but I've obviously had a lot of experience with suicidal people, and so like the first goal for me was to be like, are you like an acute risk to yourself? Like what needs to happen? If not, what can we do instead to kind of help you get out of like this place? In that conversation, basically she kind of told me about how she's been suicidal like most of her life, how she's been struggling a lot, but the concerning part to me in that conversation, I guess, like what more specifically was pertinent was she was actively cutting off friends so that to prepare for suicide. So she was cutting off friends so that if she did and opted to kill herself, it would hurt them less. So at this point, she had broken up with a couple of friends and stopped responding, and a couple of friends were trying to hang out with her and she wasn't responding to them. I don't think she probably wants any of the names of the friends leaked. At least she said, like, please don't give any of the names out. So you can check with her separately if she wants to give you names. But yeah, just different friends in Miami. Yeah,
that's fine. I believe that she was suicidal over having her news leaked. And before that point in time, that's fair. Okay, so
yeah. So importantly though, she had a stockpile of pills. So I asked her straight out. I was like, okay, so I need to know, like, do you have means? Like, how would you, like, if you're planning to do it, do you have a plan? She's like, yes, probably pills. And I was like, do you have the pills right now? And she was like, yes, I do. And I was like, okay, that's pretty serious. So we continued talking, and basically I shifted into, like, I'm not gonna lie, like a that intervention conversation where basically you talk with your friend, you figure out how things are going on, you understand them, and you try to find things that they feel tether them to life, right? And so one thing that she really cared about, she does care about her friends. She doesn't want to hurt them. Another thing she cares about is she does want to see, like, some level of, like, justice for the situation. She thinks what he did was wrong. And to be clear, I agree with her. I've told Steven that. I've told her that. Like, I've never minced words about being like, yeah, he did something really wrong here.
To be clear, going into that conversation, you didn't know that the video was shared unconsensually?
No, because Aaron had already told me, like, a week before. So I was already aware. Yeah, I wanted to talk to Pixie, and then I wanted to talk to Steven to see how he would respond afterwards.
Okay, so during the conversation with Pixie, did she, because you talked about her suicidality, did you guys talk about other stuff in terms of, like, how she was feeling about it, or her recourse? I mean, you said she wanted to seek justice. Was she thinking about a lawsuit at that point in time?
So we talked about a bunch of her options. She was like, she had looked into a lawsuit at that point. I don't know how much I can say about her lawsuit, but basically it wasn't something she wanted to consider for a couple of legal reasons that I probably would let her describe. But one reason I think can be fully public would be that she didn't want her name out there. I think she said that in DMs to Steven as well.
Okay.
That got leaked today. So she was very worried about if she does a civil suit, her name will have to be publicly attached to the civil suit. And so she was like, I really don't want to consider a lawsuit. And I said, like, I guess I'll show you text as well where I reiterate this, but the entire time with Pixie, my entire approach has been, you get to steer the boat. Like, you get to decide how you want to respond, and you can decide that you don't want a lawsuit today, and you can change your mind a week from now, and all of that's okay. Like, all of that's okay.
Okay.
I would argue that that's probably not okay, considering that if she's going to go through all this emotional labor to make people terrified about what's going to happen to her, she kind of has a responsibility to herself, not necessarily a fiduciary duty, but more an I don't even want to use the word moral. She has a emotional duty, and she has a responsibility to her family and friends that she not kill herself over a Z-list celebrity putting her shit on the internet, exposing her to people going off on her, and then to herself to fucking live past this. I need to pee. But ultimately, all of the responsibility for anything that she does is fully onto her, because she's putting all the responsibility of what happens after she's gone onto everyone else fucking around her. And it's so goddamn irritating and annoying, because no one's expecting her to be Machiavellian, and nobody wants her necessarily to be Machiavellian. Alright, I need to pee now. Carl, you're missing an important reason for that. BG dedicated her reputation in being the girl who didn't fuck Destiny. I didn't miss it. I was going to mention it when I came back from peeing. This is the main reason why I went over it last night and made sure to show that she brought her family directly to Destiny and had them interact in a way similar to how fucking Grace Thorpe and Ben Thorpe tried to interact with them when they were trying to become more popular through using Destiny as a liaison for their shit. You should trust me in my reporting. The problem that comes with all of it is that even with Pixie wanting to feature herself as the girl that didn't fuck Destiny, ultimately, she did indeed have sex with Destiny. But it wasn't about building her stream off of having interacted with Destiny, but more specifically, the girl that is in the orbit and she doesn't seem to have any sexual interest with him. She can disagree with him on shit, but ultimately, the reason why that wouldn't work out is because Destiny likes people that he's intellectually attracted to. You said that you didn't see why she would go to that extreme. Go to the extreme of wanting to kill herself? Or go to the extreme of wanting to have him pay restitution? Because I probably forgot to say at the time, which would be on me. But going to this extreme, wanting to hurt herself, and put her family at risk for this, with the level of intelligence she has, is a sense of emotional torpor that she is more than intelligent enough to know it would not solve. Because ultimately she's doing a lot of damage herself. Well, that would be unfault of me looking at it from the outside perspective of hindsight. I would expect her to be intelligent enough to know that offing herself does not solve the problem. Because ultimately, you just leave everybody in grief and despair. Sure, it'll make things worse for Destiny, because look, Destiny got a girl killed. Now his career will definitely be dead. But for herself, she shouldn't be doing that, period. Anywho, she's smart enough that she should have known to simply not trust Destiny when it came to his shit, knowing about how much he bragged about his sexual dalliances with others, and that it might be used against her in the future. Especially if she wanted to give the impression to her dad that this was a good person for her to be involved in. And he clearly thought that it was, because he was able to have a riveting conversation about centrism and policies in schools in the US on his live stream while talking with his daughter. I still missed the trash can. So ultimately, in the decision in which she talks with her about it, Pixie's outcome swapped from I want to hurt myself to hurt Destiny to I want Destiny to pay restitutions to I want Destiny to atone for his actions. I would not need to be the first person to say that Destiny was not going to do any of that shit. Destiny is not going to do anything other than try to pay whatever he believes is the price and the cost to it, which is in the conclusion that she came to herself. Because if he thinks that he can be able to pay it off by paying any substantial amount of money that does not directly harm him in a way that goes with a severe punishment of physical and visible action, reaction, restitution, that it's not enough. Effectively, she is indeed saying to turn Destiny's TV off. Not enough! Not enough to have him pay $1 million. Or even to put a price tag on it. Although that would probably mean more the womanism of not wanting to say an explicit price. But whatever her mentality was in her chats with Erudite, it was clear that the goal was for Erudite to figure out a way to keep her talking, rather than a way to, you know, beeline to her state and stop her from killing herself. That's at least the intonation that I'm getting from her words and her actions now that she's vocalized this to Tom Dark.
We talked about how she could maybe talk to him like privately, but she was really nervous to. So this is where she basically was like, I can't remember if she brought it up first or I, but basically her being like maybe you can see what he'd be willing to do like for me. She was like, I feel like you really, really understand emotionally where I'm coming from. I did a lot of like paraphrasing of like, it seems like your biggest concern right now is like justice because you feel like you've been wronged and there's no direction for you to correct the situation, and you've been betrayed by your friend in like a pretty major way, and there's nothing for you to do that doesn't kind of publicly implicate you, and so you want to work with him privately to find a better resolution that you feel at peace with. She's like, yes, that's exactly what I want. I want to know that he's not going to do this again, right? That was her orientation in the conversation. So we talked about a couple of strategies about how she could do that. I was like, you could message him, you could go through like other people to message him, you could go through a civil lawsuit, you can take 5 days and just like think about it. Like you don't have to decide right now, but just like let me know what you'd like. And that's when she was like, yeah, I think I'd really appreciate if you just like told him where I'm at, communicate like emotionally. She's like, I feel like when I communicate with him, like he's not understanding it. I don't feel really understood. And I feel like you do understand me. And I said, okay, yeah, I'm happy to communicate how you're feeling to him.
Womanisms.
Okay, so then from there, you go and talk to him, at which point you already know from, based on what Straighteraid said, that it seemed like it was shared unconsensually. What did he say?
I think she confirmed that, so Pixie also confirmed that when we met.
Okay, all right.
And that's when he said to me, so when I confronted him, I said, did she agree to it? And he said, probably not. It was like 3 years ago, so I don't remember exactly, and I didn't think it would be a big deal, but yeah, probably not. So I took that as him saying no. To be clear, he never said to me, I guess, explicitly no, which is probably something that he might take contention with, I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, so you guys have that conversation. So at that point, you know, Pixie wants some kind of justice, doesn't want her name out there. You know, obviously what Steve's position is. Where does it go from there? From here, you kind of start mediating conversations between them and what he wants versus what she wants.
Well, at first I basically go like a big part of this was, okay, he said to me, like in my recollection and my perception of the conversation, it felt like he was saying like more or less like, I mean, yeah. And I was like, what are you doing? Like, this is a big fuck up. Like,
did he recognize how bad it was?
Yes. He's like, I know. And I was like, it's really bad. And he's like, I know. And he was like, he's like, okay, I don't know. I think publicly he hasn't said what he's doing like legally behind the scenes. So I like literally can't tell you that, but he told me a number of things just because like I don't want to get caught up in a lot of the lawsuits in part, and secondly, I think if some of the things get public, it could like implicate part of what's trying to be done from both sides, I think, as far as like investigation and stuff. So he basically like told me what he was doing behind the scenes as far as like what to do, and then he also, I was like sitting there being like, okay, but like what did you say like when she first approached you? I was like pushing him, and he was like, fuck, like I don't know. He's like, if you want, you can just read our entire DMs. Like I can show you our entire DMs of like what I said to her so that you know like how I responded. And I was like, to be honest, I would appreciate that. So
are these the same DMs that already got leaked, or is this a different conversation?
Fuck, I would need to look. I think almost all of the exact ones that got leaked, except rather than it being like clipped up into little images, it would be like the entire thing, and like their whole conversation, which has lots of extras in it, but more or less I think what's been leaked.
Okay, and what was your impression of that conversation once you read that?
Basically, I read that as, okay, so he knows that he's done wrong. And when she brings it to him, the first thing that he does is basically say, I'm really sorry, like there's no excuse, right? So I'm like, okay, I'm glad that at least like when she's talking to him, he's like fully acknowledging like he fucked up here. him and I read through some of the plan. I think some of the plan is probably excluded, like what he's doing, like behind the scenes and legally. And he also talked to me about the money offer, and I was like, why did you offer her money? And he was like, well, he's like, I know it looks scummy, but I also know she's like applying for LSAT, so I just figured like it's not much, but it's something I can do to help, because she's fucked, like she got fucked over. She did nothing wrong.
Doesn't that kind of read as like him offering her money for some benefit in exchange for her silence?
To be honest, I really didn't read it that way, particularly because it's like caveated with like, I know that this looks scummy, especially now that I have full context. I realize the idea actually came from Aaron, and then he suggested it to her, like, I believe within an hour, if I'm looking at the times correctly, like he immediately suggested it to her. So it's coming from somebody now I realize even that was in his mind talking to her and communicating like what she wanted. And my understanding as well is that was something that is probably the right thing to do. Like he should probably, if she's like doesn't want to go public or anything, and because of that she can't like sue him, if he's remorseful and like wants to take accountability for his actions, he should like probably pay for therapy and like probably her living.
Therapy kind of doesn't undo the damage here at all. It kind of like doesn't even equate with even a dollar amount, dude. He's gonna have to do a lot more than just pay some bills. Because she's gonna be in therapy for a very long while. She's not gonna feel safe with any man or any woman or any piece of technology nearby here in the future, based on the intimacy that she had with him and how this went down because of his actions.
For a while to like help her out, basically. Like that seemed like alongside the other stuff that he was doing, to be honest, like the right response, if I'm being honest.
I mean, I guess the concern for me is like, Pixie, I mean, in her own statement, she said that there's, I think she said 3 people total, her and 2 other people that he seemingly done this to. And I mean, obviously it's her decision whether or not it goes public, but, the problem with it maybe not going public at some point is, he doesn't face actual repercussions for his actions, which is like public scrutiny, right? Because, if he gets it in his head, he can just pay his way out of these situations. And to be clear, he has enough money to do that. He can pay for her law school and still be okay. It's like, what incentive is there for him to not do it again in the future if he thinks he might be able to get away with it?
Yeah, this is why when I talked to Pixie, I told her if you want to sue him, I like support you in doing that. I've never said anything different with her. I think that's like fully within her right. I just know for her, I guess to be specific, she explicitly told me that if this stuff became more public, that was the thing that made her want to kill herself. She was terrified of like family finding out. She was terrified of like friends and stuff finding out and like seeing this content. And she was like, that was the thing like driving her suicidality, was the publicity of it, which is why she didn't want to go to like civil court, right? So then I'm like, if the publicity part is attached to the suit, which she said she talked to lawyers, I just believed her. It sounds like that's also correct. Then it's like, what's the next best thing for her? Because I think that she deserves something. But
so what was your kind of goal throughout all of this? Because obviously it puts you in a very awkward position where on one hand you're trying to help out your friend, but at the same time, I mean, you're I don't know if you're employed by Destiny, but you work with him. Obviously,
we co-own a business together.
Yeah, right. So like what kind of position are you in at that point? Like, how are you feeling? Are you thinking like, can I continue working with this guy if he's doing this kind of stuff? Are you thinking of cutting him off? Like, what kind of position is that putting you in?
I mean, before I sent the message to Aaron, I was talking to my husband, like to Nick, and I was like, if he recorded somebody without their knowledge and sent it out, like I don't think I can, like I don't know what to do. I don't think I can work with. Like that's a line I can't. I don't fuck with that shit. Like that's insane. And it's
that's an entirely different tune than what you were doing beforehand. Which also, that's a really fucked up line, Erudite. I'll defend a man for saying that his fans deserve to die if they're conservative and they're at an event and they get blasted by an assassin trying to take out the president. I'll defend this man being smug on lives, talking to other people, other influencers, other content creators that are confronting him about those fucked up comments, and I'll yell at the top of my lungs while he's yelling at the top of his lungs about how cringe, stupid, dumb, retarded they are, and I'll be willing to go into content and talk to people that are probably some of the most unscrupulous figures in the podcast world, in the influencer marketing world, and in general millionaire fucking fail sons, fail daughters, and upwards failing influencers in the world. But I draw the line at my personal friend getting fucked over by the guy that I've literally stood next to, enabling his behavior, and then defending him in front of a live studio audience alongside his autistic fans? That's your line? You can justify the murder, but you still have to... Okay! Alright! Alright then! The line was when it became your personal friend that was victimized. On one hand, damn, you know what? That's true. I probably feel that way too. That's really hardening. I'm sorry that you saw that happen. On the other hand, all this other shit that could have been your line. All these other things that you, another intellectual female that he clearly likes well enough to work with frequently, already under scrutiny because people are concerned that you are only able to keep what you have because you clearly must be blanking him. When the same situation that envelops you happens to your friend, this is when the line was crossed. Not when people were insinuating the reason you have what you have is because you must have had sex with Destiny, to the point that you drag your husband out and make him have to go through content that is possible to be responsible for a future divorce that you might have with him. Content that we also covered on the channel. This is Carl Negro News Network. These things happened, but this was the line. Now it was the line. Now you're upset. Now it disheartens you.
Sounds like, I know recently, like, Cherry has made some statements. Just to be clear, I don't know anything about those leaks, and so, like, I don't know. I need to think.
What's really bizarre is why the fuck does Cherry have leaks? All she has to do is edit the fucking videos.
I need to figure out what's going on with those additional leaks, because, like, a pretty hard line for me is, like, if somebody does according to somebody else, that's a pretty hard line for me.
Right. Well, even outside of the recording, I mean, the question of whether or not the recording was consented to, the spreading around certainly wasn't, from your perspective. Is that enough to draw a line 100%. Or no?
It's not for me. The issue is that what was a line for me before, I was like, okay, if she did consent to the recording but not to the spreading around, which I'm assuming that she hadn't, then I said, what matters to me is like how he responds. Is he trying to fix it? Is he being remorseful? Is he like reaching out to her to like find some level of solution? If that's like his initial response, that to me is a lot more meaningful. Because it's like, I
guess my question would be like, why do you draw a line there? Like, it's not like he slipped on a banana peel, like he was in one of his goon sessions and he decided to send a video to some random Discord e-girl of Pixie engaging with him. Like, why would... I mean, obviously he had to have known that, whether or not he was the one to leak it to the public, he had to have known that he's running the risk of that video being publicized when he's sending a video of, him and another person sexually interacting to someone random that he met on Discord, or even someone he may have trusted, right? Like, if Pixie didn't consent, he had to have known he ran the risk of that being publicized in some way, considering how, how much public scrutiny there is around Destiny, and frankly, how many people would love to have a video of him engaging in that, as we've seen from the Twitter stuff, right? Like, would that not be is that not something he should have been pretty, I don't know, forward thinking about?
Yeah, I agree that, like, the issue is, like, it's not that I'm not saying it wasn't a fuck up. Like, I agree that it was a fuck up, and I think it was a massive betrayal of trust. Just to me, like...
So why are you still there? Massive betrayal of trust. I can't believe this shit happened. Why are you defending him by trying to cover for him now by talking to Turkey, Tom? Is this your Carlo moment, Erudite? Is this where you say, hey, this person that I know that they're not Alex Segal, so I'm going to do everything I can to show that this is not that. Oh, she's absolutely 100% a retard, but Smoke Rocco is clearly not a Jewish man that feels that he wants to fuck his mom and then wash your hand of it and say, bro, I'm out. Because that's not what it seems like you're doing. You might have canceled shows for Bridges and a bunch of other fucking shit, but it looks like you're still there because they have something on you. Stale in the cookie, but fresh in the cream. Destiny probably has a video on her. Thank you for the $2. She's just a girl. Possibly. Who knows what he has? He got something. She is shugging and jiving harder than any person ever could.
Recording somebody and then without their knowledge and leaking it is like a full-on, like it's a pretty like sexually invasive crime. Leaking somebody's nudes I think is also really bad. To be clear, I think it is really bad. But the issue is that I think it's fundamentally just a more common issue that people do. It's definitely, in my experience, not the first time that somebody has like leaked nudes. I think it's really bad. I think it's not okay. Like when you hear about like guys like showing other guys like tits that some girls shunt her, like I think it's gross, and there's a reason I don't look at it.
I mean that's I agree it's less severe, but this isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right? In the case of like recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than like having it sent to them. And
what a stupid opinion. Let's listen to that back again.
I agree it's less severe, but this isn't a bunch of high schoolers, right? This is a 35-year-old guy who's doing this.
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right? In the case of like recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than like having it sent to them and then thinking it would stay private because they're sending it to somebody else and giving it to somebody else, which they shouldn't have done. Like these are just the intention and everything behind it is a lot different to me.
So is your concern entirely the legality versus the morality? Like is the morality not really a big question for you?
No, I think morality is a really big question. But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing a line here saying like this is a even more severe action. Both are really bad. The issue is that one of them is like criminologically bad and the other one is like, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay, so you were okay with working with the piece of shit, to be clear.
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up and then also showed remorse and was like willing to try to help the person that he fucked over and correct it. Yes.
Okay, all right.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes!
Well, I guess moving on from that interaction. So where did the kind of conversation go from there once you had gotten his side and gotten her side? You, at that point, a lot of the DMs seem to be you kind of mediating, talking to her about what she wants versus what Steven is willing to provide and do. What was your kind of perspective on those interactions? Before we get into the specific stuff, I guess just overarchingly, what was your goal there?
Sorry, I think I'm not understanding your question. Could you just rephrase it?
I guess, okay. What was your goal past that point? Once you found out what he had apparently done, and you seemingly got confirmation, once you found out how her feelings were on it, what was your goal past that point? Was it just to help Pixie out? Was it to protect Destiny from the allegations?
No. So like this is the biggest frustration. I don't know if you've seen the Fairy Queen leaks or whatever. I don't know why people keep saying this. They keep saying that I asked her to delete the comment, but you can just read my message. I explicitly tell her I'm messaging her because I don't want her to remove the comment. I want her to remove the identifying piece where she talks about like friends, because I don't want anything that could narrow it to Pixie, because the main thing that Pixie has said to me over and over is the publicity piece. So the only thing that I have cared about, by and large, has been following what Pixie feels that she needs in that moment, right? Listening to like what she's asking for. There are certain things it's possible that she could ask me to do where I'd be like, I'm not comfortable facilitating this, right? But saying something like, please don't make my name public, please don't address it publicly, and please like try to keep it as quiet as possible, 110% I'm going to do that, like no question.
So you say the Fairy Queen leaks, do you mean is this message, right? Let me just to confirm with you.
Yes. So if you read, I get that you're mad, that's fair. Your comment is kind of confirming that it's them, which they're denying and drawing more attention to their. I'd really appreciate if you considered removing that part of your comment. Right, just that part. And there's a reason that I didn't just delete it immediately. Because I'm fine with the discussion of it. I'm fine with people like talking about whether Destiny's a piece of shit. I think all of that is really valid. But what's not valid is like making Pixie's plight worse. That's not valid. And like until she decides that she wants to go public, I'm not taking that from her.
Right. So here, Fairy Queen asks, they say, do you acknowledge that Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent? Have you confronted Steven about this? Will you dissociate from him for sharing another woman's sex tapes without her consent? You said, gotcha, I'm not an extension of Steven, you're not a feminist, and you blocked her. What, were you blocking her because it seemed like she wasn't going to edit her comment, or because you didn't want to answer these questions publicly? Like, what was the concern here, I guess?
It basically seems like, so Fairy Queen and I have a history, just to be clear. A really weird history where she constantly is accusing me of things and then coming to me behind the scenes to like help with reality or certain things. And the reality is that if somebody's life is at risk and they need help, I'm just going to give it. I'm always going to give it. And so Fairy Queen at this point and I had 2 separate interactions where she had come to me because somebody she knew or a friend of hers was suicidal and she was looking for like steps about how to handle it. And I helped her every single time. One of the times was also a mutual friend, like Xena. All that stuff is very, very public.
Fucking Xena drama. Please take us back to when it was much simpler.
I did a lot of the similar stuff with Xena. I met up with her. I think with Xena, I actually spent a night at her house just to like keep her safe when she was really distressed. Xena, I also did like.
So you were willing to go to her for Xena, but you didn't go there for Pixie? You're admitting that you didn't take this as seriously as you could have in other situations, girl. Damn. Okay.
Multiple safety calls for her where like I reported like as she was attempting like to the police and stuff like that. So Fairy Queen has this weird dynamic where she keeps coming to me for help with stuff, which I'm always willing to, but then she'll also be like, but why are you such a piece of shit? Why are you friends with Destiny? He's a horrible person. And I'm just like, look, like if somebody needs help, I'm always willing to. There's lots of things I disagree with Steven about. But yes, I am still willing to work with him. So that's part of what's driving this. When she like sent all those questions, I was like, oh, so every time she said like one thing that she really cares about is women, I don't know if I believe her because it seems like she's willing to hurt Pixie to like get at Steven, and I'm not interested. And at that point I blocked her and deleted the comment.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, with that out of the way, I think the thing I wanted to go over next would be all the text messages between you and Pixie that got leaked. Now, before we get into that, I guess my question would be from you. Do you know the way that these text messages, it looks like iMessage, do you know the way these texts got leaked? How did this end up getting out? Who was this sent to that ended up sending it to someone that ended up getting it publicly? What was the chain of events here?
It sounds like Pixie sent it to Aaron, trying to like basically like this is what Kyla's saying. Pixie and I have talked. She's also willing. Her and Aaron aren't talking anymore. But she is willing to, like, if need be, obviously she wants to be as publicly implicated as possible. So if you need it, you can probably reach out, but also I don't have it because I didn't ask for it. But basically, she was constantly telling Aaron, like, what do you think about this? This is what Kyla's suggesting. And Aaron was saying, like, I think she's being sneaky. And Pixie was being like, I don't think she's being sneaky. So I think the only text she has is because those are the specific screenshots that Pixie sent to Aaron. I'm not 100% confident. From my understanding, Aaron directly leaked them to Sunday. I think Beckett of Crabs or whatever, he covers all the leaks on stream. It sounds like Sunday got them directly from her. I don't know how Beckett got them. I think some people are saying it. I think it might have been through Smugbug because Aaron's good friends with Smugbug. I don't know though. I have no idea how Beckett got the DMs, and I don't know if Nicholas got it from Beckett or from Sunday or like what the transaction is after that. I have no idea.
Okay, and I haven't seen Pixie directly talk about Sunday, or I guess maybe Bad Empanada is someone that people are talking about right now. But I saw her, just let me find her tweet real quick. In her thread, she had said something to the effect of, let me see here, I've got it. Okay, so she said, if you're a leftist who has talked about the situation without so much as contacting me, you owe me an apology. On top of being a victim of revenge, I now have to deal with people lying about my dating life and further dehumanization of me. I know I shouldn't elaborate more, but I think one of the worst parts of what's happened is learning how so many people I genuinely thought were my friends are so easily willing to betray me. I don't understand what I've done to them to make them want to treat me like this. So do you know who she's talking about here, or is she not willing to?
I'm speculating it's Erin. I didn't ask her specifically. I would speculate Erin. I know she's feeling, she basically, I called her tonight and she was like, Kyla, I'm so sorry. And I was like, are you okay? And she was like, Erin backstabbed me. Like, Erin backstabbed me. So I'm assuming it's Erin. And Erin is a leftist, but I genuinely have no idea. I would assume though.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, do you want to get into the text?
Sure. I think it's probably worth saying, because I think people are like, the biggest question people have is like, why I'm sticking around Destiny.
Yes.
And so I just want to like answer that question, I think, a little bit more extensively, which is A, if something else comes out about the leaks, which is like more pernicious or criminal, I realize like I probably won't, but I don't engage with friendships in the way that it feels like people are kind of expecting me to, maybe in the public. I'm really staunch about like rehabilitation and like journeys and processes, which means that like if I have a friend who's done a bad thing,
pause.
I realize like I probably won't, but I don't engage with friendships in the way that it feels like people are kind of expecting me to, maybe in the public.
I don't think people are expecting you to engage in, quote, friendships with people the way that you claim that they expect you to. I think people are looking at you defending the actions of an individual that you know well off with more certainty than others would. Is a person that has shown a pattern of behavior, as presented easily, even with malicious intent by him through President Sunday's video, and all of the details and all of the receipts that exists in the past, from every single Honor cycle to the Lab cycle to the Mr. Girl cycle to the Twitch VOD cycle to the Keffel cycle, that every time Destiny has the ability to change his behavior, change how he approaches things, change how he talks to people, change how he acts, change how he engages in content, he is only willing to do so when he starts getting annoyed. Because as we saw, when he gets tired of dealing with the shit that's in front of him, he will say, nope, no more Twitch, no more Kick, no more YouTube, no more Twitter. The moment that it's not something that he can directly control, and they claim that they want to pull away from as being a cesspit that they don't want to engage in, they will immediately cut it off. That's not to say that you're directly responsible for it, but considering that you're basically his public PR agent, you're his fucking PR agent to the Taliban, through you help all of his optics, because you're the one who's there to be the explainer. You're his translator. You're his autistic translator. And how many things, how many events, how many situations, how many internet happenings does it take to get you to be against Destiny? For his behavior? For the consequences of his behavior? For the fallout of his behavior? Or for his general demeanor and how it makes it harder to work with him, not easier to work with him? I think that's what people are asking you. Really, everybody's looking at you because you and Dan are the only ones that can tell us. Now, we know Dan. We understand Dan. We know exactly what Dan's job is. Certified crash out. What's your job? Because it looks like it looks like it's Maxwell. It looks like you're his Ghislaine. Whether or not he promoted your career and helped you get to where you are because he was sticking it in you, it seems like you're willing to stick it in everybody else for him. And the next words you said was, I believe in rehabilitation. Girl, he can't be rehabilitated. You can't fix him. You can't fix that. He's been the same as he's been ever since StarCraft 2. The only thing that has necessarily changed about his behavior is that he's gotten smarter about keeping it under wraps. Because Lord knows, people come out to protect the Taliban. But everything you've said here, the stock market is down 2,000, girl. The stock market keeps dropping every time you utter another fucking consonant. You gotta explain to everybody else and to us what helps you sleep at night. What is on Erudite's mind when she thinks about reconciliation and about rehabilitation for Steven?
Really staunch about like rehabilitation and like journeys and processes, which means that like if I have a friend who's done a bad thing, they're not like dead to me. I'm not just gonna drop them immediately. I'm gonna confront them, usually in a way that I think is most productive, particularly if they've done something that I think not just violates like my values, but their own values. This isn't the first time I've confronted Steven on different things. It's just the biggest thing that I've confronted him on. But there's
Pause. What are those things? Can you give us some examples? If you can't give us some examples, that's really hard to trust you on.
There's been multiple times, like even in this like cutie Cinderella drama where we started like making fun of her. I was like, why are you doing this? Like this isn't your values. Like this is something you don't believe in. And he's like, yeah, you're right. Right? So I think if everyone just disowns people immediately for wrongdoing, like nothing works. I have like my entire dream is to like work with high risk, like my entire career previous to this was working with like drug addicts and juvenile delinquents, like people who've done really, really fucking bad shit. And so I don't know. I understand why people may be confused because maybe they don't feel similar, and I don't put this on anybody else. Like nobody else has to orient themselves towards Steven or anyone else who's done something wrong like I do. But basically the moment that I saw like remorsefulness, accountability, and like a step-by-step plan of like how he was going to correct the issue, that's when I was like, okay, I can still work with this person, because it's like the try and the accountability that matters to me, not just like the actions alone.
So to me, I can understand your perspective, but I don't agree with it. I understand your perspective, but I don't agree with it. And I don't agree with it because it's really hard for me to believe that you think that the best thing that you could possibly do is to give Destiny a platform upon which he can then be able to add on to the shit that he wants to do. By saying, look, he showed that he was sorry. He really cares. He really, really cares. Because it doesn't feel like Destiny cares. It feels like Destiny doesn't give a fuck. And he wants to continue his path of not giving a fuck. Because as long as he continues to not give a fuck, he doesn't have to deal with the ultimate consequences of his actions directly affecting him in a way that will actually haunt him. Because ultimately, if Destiny gave a shit, he would have put his actions on video. He would have talked about it on camera. What did Destiny do? He wanted to cover it on a fucking not even Twitter post, a Reddit post. It seems to me that Destiny doesn't want to take accountability for his actions. It seems to me that he really, 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 really doesn't want to.
I think that, that's somewhat understandable from, a friendship perspective. I think that the thing that people are going to bring up, though, is that you guys aren't just friends. You're business partners, and he's not just any business partner. He is, a massive liberal commentator who's constantly making moral judgments about other people's actions and behaviors. Meanwhile, he's got this going on. I mean, I think a big part of it is, I think this really calls into question, if he even has a right to criticize other people's character and morals when, it's one thing to be, to have everything else that he's done before, which, there's a lot, let's be honest, there's a lot, but I think this rivals all of that, definitely, in terms of severity, and it calls into question, his respect for other people's consent to, their own news being leaked, It's like, you know, now how can anyone possibly feel bad for him for getting his news leaked when he was doing that to someone else? You know, there's a lot of questions around this, and I mean, you know, even on top of that, I mean, he's trying to be a serious political activist and commentator, and he's, you know, running around messing around with all these Discord girls, sending, and I mean, this is not, you know, to be clear, Pixie's not the only person who's been affected by this. I mean, there's been Lauren, obviously, you know, in a different way, but he was sending messages not too long ago that they had shared together, seemingly in confidence, that ended up getting leaked. There's Melina's allegation, obviously, his ex-wife, who he, you know, kind of painted as like a absolute crazy person. And there's this going on, so it's like, you know, there's like, it kind of calls into question. I mean, even people are saying like, oh, Mr. Girl was right. You know, it calls into question his entire history in a way. I mean, it's, you know, it's not just a question of you and him are just buddies, right? You're business partners. He's a public figure. He's a public commentator where he talks about other people's actions. Like, do you think that's a huge concern?
Yeah, but the issue, it just is no longer like, the issue is like, this isn't a moral concern. This is now like business advice. Like, if anyone said, do you think it's bad business strat? Probably to some degree, I suppose. Like, it's probably better that I diversify and like look elsewhere because he is a brand risk. The issue is that like, Steven does bad things. Steven was a piece of shit. He was negligent in this situation, right?
In this situation? In this situation.
Wasn't trying to hurt anyone, but he should have known better, and he does know better. And actions have consequences. And the reality is, like, I wanted to see this resolved in a better way for everyone, right? That's obviously like what I wanted. But when I was thinking about essentially like how I want to manage friendship versus business, I basically decided that when it comes to like business and friendship, there are certain things that I have to draw the line on because I want to run like a treatment center in the future. And I like, even friendships can't.
Crush the cream. This erudite is called a pattern of behavior. Correct, just a girl.
Come before that, because I that's why I'm in social media, is to like gain the money and the network necessary to fund that without having to.
Let's hear that again. Say that one more fucking time.
Friendships can't come before that, because that's why I'm in social media, is to like gain the money and the network necessary to fund that without having to rely on like churches, basically.
You are in social media to gain money to fund your ideas without having to work with other sectors of business. I think you definitely should have not said that in front of a live studio audience. Ooh, you shouldn't have said that out loud.
But I also decided that I want to act with my friends in the streaming world the way that I would act if the public eye wasn't like looking at everyone and there wasn't like optics and narratives that I had to like obsess with, because I feel like so much of relationships on the internet get monetized in a way that just like leads to this like incredible like loneliness and isolation, and I'm just not.
While true, guess whose fault that is if that affects Destiny in this way, that it isolates him from other people? Is it not so erudites, or is it Destiny's? I think it's Destiny's! But maybe I'm coping.
Willing to do that to my friends. And so like business strategy wise, would it be better if I like dropped Destiny or not? Like there's probably arguments on either side. There's probably some people would be like, actually it wouldn't because he's such a huge platform. Actually it would because he's such a brand risk. And I think all that's valid, but I think fundamentally the question that I've been operating with in this whole situation to this point has been, how do I want to conduct myself with my friends? Like how would I treat my friends if there wasn't going to be public scrutiny on top of this? Because I don't know, I guess that's the only way I can sleep myself and like in my mind like have some level of like consistency in how I treat people, because my friendship is going to be determined fundamentally by like who's in trouble now, right? And I don't know if you ever like watched the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, but it's like who's in trouble now shouldn't be the way, if I was close to Amber Heard or to Johnny Depp, shouldn't be the way that I engage with them as like a friend. I should try to figure out like what happened, what went wrong, what do you feel accountable for, and like trying to get as much information as possible, and speaking out when your friends do something wrong.
Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, I think it'd be good to get into the text. Is it about time, you think?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right. So the first one we have here, I'm just going in order from the Beckett video, is this one where looks like Pixie says, "Did you end up talking to Steven?" And you say, "Not yet. Coleman canceled, so I ended up not coming in, but we'll be there Saturday." You're hinging a lot of my conversation with him. Other than what I mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? So is this prior to you? Is this in between when you met with her in person and when you were going to talk to him about this stuff?
There we go. Okay, found it. Okay. Did you end up blah blah blah? No, not yet. Let me see. Other than what is mentioned, is there anything you were hoping to be brought up? Does it continue on? I'm not sure what's leaked.
Yeah, let me see here. So, I don't know. It looks like a lot of it's not totally in order. The next one I have is a very long one, where it's her saying, "I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too." That looks like the next one that I have. I'll check the Beckett video one more time to see if there's one in between these two, but I think that these are, at least from the video, these are the ones that I have in order.
I'm just sending to you this order just because there's no like names mentioned in here.
Yeah, so the first one I have is, "Did you end up talking to Steven?" Okay, so...
These are all public anyways, I think, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. So this is your perspective. She says, "I'm thinking to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes. Unless if you decide you want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans and course of action paused, and we'll choose something depending on if he agrees he has to make up and repent for the actions and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme and nuclear options to deal with. But I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out hope." And then she says, and is this directly the next message, this one that you show? Where she says, just to not scare you?
Yes, that's directly next.
Okay. Just to not scare you, I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself no matter what he says during holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time I'm supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto-kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of action, including going public, and then if I can't take the amount of public humiliation, then myself versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm also still looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says before deciding to do any nuclear option. And you say, "Can I share this with Steve? He communicated to me he knows he fucked up. There's no excuse at all, and he doesn't know what he can do to make it up. I'm trying to bridge between to help him understand what would make you feel that he understood he was wrong and should never do this again." So, I mean, this is essentially just you guys talking about how to take the next step, or talking about her suicidality, and how this is making her feel.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any confusion. The reason I'm asking if I can share this with Steven is explicitly because the biggest issue in all this is her consent has been violated. So when I'm saying, "Can I share this with Steven?" I'm getting her consent to like screen cap it and send it to Steven.
Okay, gotcha. Let's see here. So the next one I have here is, it looks like it is you saying, "Gotcha, thanks for not sugarcoating anything about where you're at. I think what we talked about as what you needed is help removing the video from online, getting the guy who hacked charged, and a sense that Steven understands how in the wrong he was and a plan to prevent this from ever happening again." Is that what you feel you need?
So in between that, what's missing, I'm not sure if you don't have it, so after I say, "Can I share this with Steven?" he communicated to me he knows he fucked up, blah, 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 the thing you read. Or better, what can I share with him? So I like re-clarify. She says, "You can share this and anything you want with him. I feel like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can." That is in between. So after she says that she feels like I understand her and I can communicate better, that she appreciates it, I say, "Gotcha. Thanks for not sugarcoating anything and where you're at."
Do you mind if I see that one that you described?
Yep. I tried to send it, but I'll send it again. Okay, so this is all of them in order, and then I sent the one that I just read. So the last one is going to be, I think it's like, yeah, it's like the second second or third one. So this context sounds like it's missing.
So this is the in-between one, okay. Okay, so this is Pixie says, you can share this and anything you want with him. I felt like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from. They can hopefully explain this better than I can. Okay, so, and just to be clear here, again, you think that Destiny should face some punishment for this? You don't think that this is, you weren't trying to mitigate any kind of consequence for him?
No.
Do you think you were trying to mitigate any kind of consequence for yourself by maybe steering her in a direction where it wouldn't be made public?
I don't know. I don't know what consequence there would be for myself.
Well, obviously, it would negatively reflect on you if the guy you're working with is exposed for doing this kind of shit. It kind of, you know, guilt by association type thing makes you look shitty.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
You suppose?
The issue is, like, I guess I'm going to say, no, I actually wasn't thinking about it that much. A lot of people asked me, which is why I spend the time thinking and, like, wrote in my journal, like, the way that I operate with people has to be about relationships and, like, the things that I value, my principles, not because of, like, business stuff or I'm going to hate myself. Like, I don't want to do all this. Like, I don't want a treatment center that helps kids if I have to, like, buck over my friends and, like, stop caring about them to, like, do, like, that's not the point of this. But obviously, that's also my word, so I don't know if I can convince you of that. But yeah, it wasn't forefront. It was something that I just basically, I had to, like, take matters more. Like, she gets to do what she would like to do.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Do you? I guess, what do you think is a proportional response? I've seen some conversation around how the idea of her getting $1 million is too much, or maybe, I don't know, a few $100,000 is too little. What do you think is, like, adequate restitution for this kind of thing? Just kind of your personal opinion, I guess.
What I told Steven so this isn't, just to be clear, this is what I did Steven just between him and I, was specifically, I was like, you should pay for her therapy. You need to cover, like, all of the expenses that are, like, investigating the leak, and if she has any expenses regarding, like, clearing her images off the internet, if she has to pay for any, like, internet scrubbers or anything like that, you need to cover all of those costs. And if she comes to you with other costs that are going to be related to this, you need to cover them as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The only other thing that I could think of would be, like, obviously some level of public, like, yes, I fucked up, but obviously that's completely off the table because she doesn't want any public acknowledgement.
Right. Well, it was at that point in time, but now, I mean, it's been publicly acknowledged, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now, do you think it would be good for him to make a public acknowledgement of wrongdoing at some point?
If legal suits weren't going on, probably. The issue is, like, now I don't even know if he can, because his legal there's no way his legal counsel will sign off on him making a public statement like that. There's no way.
Right.
Which really sucks. Yeah.
Right.
Which sucks for her specifically. Yeah.
Pause. You guys could just go to fucking civil court. Small claims. Well, actually, no, you can't. Wouldn't be small claims if she wants to go with the tune of $1 million. Hello. It wouldn't be small if you want to go with the tune of $1 million, which is the peak of the number that you all threw out as part of his restitution. But you go to third-party arbitration. All of you involved go to therapy and to a work seminar about digital safety, and all of you collectively work out how you're going to move forward in the future, and if there is, quote, a future to work with. And then you go to therapy with your husband, and the two of you apologize about how you're going to deal with your problems, and then everybody who's a part of DGG stops covering for Destiny shit and starts taking a Carl position. Where if Destiny says something extremely retarded, they're more than happy to blast them on their live streams and say, that's retarded. I'm not defending that. Because your loyalty's got you fucked up. Your loyalty's got you fucked up.
Right. Okay. Let me see here. I think there was a specific DM that I wanted to bring up. Let me just go through these real quick.
Oh, I don't know if you saw, like, one of the texts. I think this has also been included, but when she mentioned specifically the money, the reason that I clarify, I think that's, like, just a little bit down in the thread. So after I say, gotcha, thanks for not sugarcoating, I list the 3 things that she wants to make sure that I'm understanding what she wants communicated. She outlines the problem with number 3 is because of the removal of the video and the guy getting hacked, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. And so I say, okay, so what you want to... okay, so that is what you want. It wasn't clear to me before. This is what you wanted specifically. My understanding was more rehabilitation, but the specific thing you want now, which is for him to lose a certain amount of money. This wasn't like in a judgmental way. This is specifically because when her and I sat at the cafe, she was like talking about the money, but she's like, fuck, I don't even care about the money. She's like, I just want some sort of consequence so that if he like ever thinks about doing this again, he won't, right? I just like want some essentially like level of punishment. And when I was like, do you want money specific, like what specifically are you asking for? If I'm like talking to him like on your behalf, like what are you looking for? At the time she didn't say specifically money. It was just one thing she thought of, but she wasn't bent on it. This is me clarifying because we had that conversation that specifically what she's wanting now is for him to lose money because that's different than what I had understood before.
Yeah, we got this DM, let's see here. Need to think about it then because I'm happy to communicate what you need broadly is a sense of justice. I'm not sure what I think about the specifics of money and punishment in this case. Not saying you're wrong. It's just the tone has changed from our previous conversation. So this is you just kind of dealing with her, sort of not totally knowing what she wants at the time, which I guess is fair from her.
Well, specifically when I started hearing, so I think at this point we've had a phone call maybe once or twice, and I start hearing the $1 million amount, and I'm not comfortable with that. I don't think that's going to give her anything that she's looking for. I know that she's never going to receive it. I don't think that that's like a good direction for her to go, if I'm being honest. But also, if that's the direction she wants to go, she should. The main thing is I can't be I can't be the one communicating that. I can't mediate that because that's now like one of my friends asking like for $1 million from another one of my friends, and it's not something that I necessarily like feel comfortable with. So I'm saying in this specifically, like I'm not sure if I'm comfortable communicating this part because it's now different than I understood, but I was comfortable communicating everything else to him.
Okay, yeah, and because she says, I'm not sure about the specifics regarding money or punishment. I believe in rehabilitation, but part of rehabilitation is penance. The person understands what they did is wrong, takes corrective course of actions, and actions to help pay penance to the victims. So, I mean, and then I think the following one here is she said, I just want to know he'll never do this again, and this is like the biggest mistake of his life, basically.
Yeah, I'm sorry for using you as an intermediary. I can send these messages and conversation to him myself too. I just feel like if he tells me too directly, it would be emotionally harder to handle than if I heard it from you, but I totally understand if that's not something you're comfortable with, and I'm sorry to put you in an uncomfortable position. He's also alluded to financial compensation, but I don't think he really understood the concept of proportionality of the action since he asked if there were any bills that he could pay.
Let's see here. So we've got this message you sent. Let's see here. It looks like her talking about the idea of maybe taking a criminal, but that she didn't want to do that because the justice system is horrible. She says, starts with willing to figure out what this means to both of us / in a manner that makes sense to both of us. I don't want to cause unnecessary harm or suffering to Steven. I want to know he'll never do this again. I think it would be the most effective method of doing so, or jail, but I don't want him to go through criminal court because one, our justice system is horrible, getting people to change their behavior. I feel like it would be overkill, but I totally understand if you don't want to talk to Steven about this. I'm just putting it off because the answer is either 1, yes, I agree with this course of action. Let's talk about what this would look like in a way that makes sense for both of us, or 2, no, I don't agree. I don't want to do that, which then it becomes an okay, now I have to go to court and figure this out. So we got that. Yeah, I think that's the majority of the stuff from you specifically to go over. So the reason why I said fuck Erudite and fuck Destiny is essentially, I guess in my mind, this is a little too far for me to want to be, I don't know, buddies with someone. Seeing that they sent a chick's nudes around, I mean, you know, maybe if he was like 16 years old and he was in high school, I would be like, okay, well, I don't know.
If he was 16 years old and he was in high school, he'd be tried as a criminal and probably would get expelled. That's a bigger consequence than what Destiny's currently getting. What Destiny's currently getting is he's getting a platform upon which he can now spin it into whatever drama he wants because people will be looking at him and it will possibly trigger the infinite money Twitch glitch. He gets some level of admonishment. People remember him for the shit that happened to him, not necessarily for the thing that happened. Pixie gets left behind in the dust and people forget about her because that drama's so long ago. All the other people that he's had this with and all the other girls that have had this with and even the guys that have had this with get forgotten because it was so long ago. And every single person involved with it takes absolutely all the hits. Destiny takes none of the hits. The DGG then defend him permanently by saying, oh my god, guys, it wasn't really that big of a deal. It was just nudes. What about Destiny? He got his penis leaked on the internet. He is the biggest victim ever. Blah, 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 blah. And then, it, much like all the other dramas he's been involved with his inability to stay out of personal drama with girls that he is attracted to for either their BPPD status or for their intelligence, consistently continues to benefit from things that he shouldn't be able to benefit from because other people don't take his crimes seriously. That is what we're dealing with. Unless we are able to prevent the infinite money glitch, nebulous. If we as a society are not able to make this stick to his career, despite the amount of times in which he's had other shit that was supposed to stick to his career and kill his career, then there is no justice in the way that Pixie wants it. Which, in my opinion, is probably an outcome that says that Destiny never gets the ability to be on mainstream television or have mainstream coverage or association to political aspirations in the future ever again, permanently. He becomes persona non grata to the Democratic Party. He becomes persona non grata to the Republican Party. He becomes persona non grata to any political movement at the federal, gubernatorial, or even local level. When people hear, what? What's that? Destiny's coming to city? What? There's a Destiny tournament? Oh, you mean Stephen Bonnell II? People get up with pitchforks in their hands and physically say to their city mayor or their city planner that is responsible for making the events that come through at their venues, no, we will not platform this person. We will not platform this content creator. We will not platform this audience. We will actively deny that any person who has ever considered to be a member of the Taliban, that has ever cooperated with the Taliban, and has ever worked for or currently works for the Taliban will not be accepted at our businesses. That's the outcome you really want. By your words. Pixie wants that. She wants Destiny to be permanently fucked like a villain in a fucking Happy Madison film. Unfortunately, Destiny is Adam Sandler. By that I mean, he will get away with it because of the ability to use that Reddit tier charisma that he's used the entire time to get away from it. Because he would definitely deserve it. He's going to use the charisma that's come with being an internet autist that makes content for internet autists to first sweep it under the rug and move past it and persona non grata it off his streams. And then everybody alongside him is going to do everything in their power, whether it be just to see what would happen because it'd be funny, to, well, it's going to happen and I'm going to see how the coins fall, to prognosticate whether or not this outcome actually comes to pass. Because you need to have governors, you need to have senators, you need to have representatives all be willing to sit down and actually talk about it. A Destiny law. Enshrine into your Bill of Internet Rights the Destiny law. If an internet content creator leaks your nudes on the internet, you have a one-time guaranteed chance in your life to kill their career. It would be funny as hell. But just like any other lawsuit that's ever done on the behalf of YouTube, the problem would then, of course, be where does the legality begin and end? Now, by the substitutes that we already led and the subsections that we already led the other day, which by the other day I mean last night, this crime, had it fallen under the statutes that were instituted in 2022, would have been illegal, and Destiny would definitely be getting fucked, impounding the pooper prison for federal charges. It would be a done data, but it's not, because it's happened beforehand. So, realistically, there are three things that could make this come to pass. One, the internet. We won't forget. We will remember. We will laugh at him, and it will be funny. But it's not enough! He was selling trolls with, but it's not enough! Number two, YouTube, and any other social media platform that he posts on, intervenes and puts a blanket ban on everything he ever posts. So, subreddit deplatforms the Destiny Reddit, bans Destiny's account, bans every person that has ever been considered to be a DGG. Maybe not necessarily by the fact that they posted there, but they're an avid person that is known to be frequently defending him. He gets deplatformed by YouTube. He gets deplatformed by Twitter. He gets deplatformed by Twitch. More than he already is. To the point where it's now you will never be able to return to Twitch. Because he keeps trying every single 2 fiscal quarters. Because that's all 2.5 fiscal quarters. He has to do it every 6 months. He retries every single time, every 6 months. Because the only reason it happened to him was that it was used against him when the zeitgeist was willing to turn against him. Because it was a question of how many people hate you at that moment to push for your ban. Every single media platform, microblogger or not, would have to actively take a stance against him the way that people performatively wanted to take a stance against fucking Nick Fuentes and the Super Pedo brothers, both Andrew and Tristan Tate, and occasionally against Pearly Things and other such content creators that have done negative bad behaviors on a platform have been exposed for doing so, and it was confirmed to be true. This would get you half of what you want. Because he could always just simply not work on the internet. Destiny could disappear to the private sector, and then the next thing you fucking know, he's using his political expediency to now have a job with the fucking with the deep web and or the dark web sector of the industrial military complex. Because Destiny has the ability to work in history. He has enough intelligence that he could be able to actually talk about the military strategy and stratagems that would be necessary to deliver to, say, the Kiev situation on Ukraine. He could be able to do it. Why? Because he has plenty of people around him who would be willing to do so. Destiny gets his name, takes everything that ever has to do with DGG, the Dalabon, off of everything he ever does. He, theoretically, in a different timeline, hands it all to Dylan Burns, and all of a sudden, where's all this energy that's now funneled directly into the Hippie Jippy Championship and other such places coming from? Why is Dylan Burns got all this media access and all this media push? And then you look into it and, oh shit, it's Destiny! The same way that Tim Pool did. Hypothetically speaking, he could do that, and it would work. He could pull in Chuck Logic. He could pull in Dylan Burns. After then making another peacekeeping offering and bringing back in Loaderbox, if that were to happen, he could bring back in Loaderbox. He's already got Dan. He's already got his tech specialist. You've clearly said that you're more than happy to continue to be around him, because as long as he doesn't ever do this, meaning he doesn't expose sexual nudes again, you're willing to stand next to him. So, your line is, if Destiny never leaks nudes again, I will continue to work with him. I'll tell people that he's changed. He's reformed. He doesn't leak nudes anymore. Instead now, he bombs children in another country and then covers it with Dylan Burns as the tech guy that people keep referencing to as some other guy that's not Steven. Anything other than he gets no business anymore leaves open the chance that he can bounce back, which then of course leaves answer number fucking 3. His reconciliation and his penance is that he's like, alright guys, I'm quitting today. That would be the only way that you get what you want. Technically, option 1 doesn't truly work. And option 2 requires a lot of fucking effort. Because, of course, option 1 requires people to know who the fuck he is and to be aware of him. Which, they're more aware of Hassan Piker than they are of Stephen Bonnell II. Unfortunately. Fortunately, but unfortunately. It's fortunate that they're aware that this person is an open propagandist, but they're also not aware of another person that, while not being an open propagandist, is probably the closest we'll get to an internet mafia boss that we'll see in our lifetime, in terms of influencer marketing. Which leaves Answer 3, to be the only one that works. Because Destiny's not gonna get off fucking line. Not ready! He survived worse! Those are my predictions, of course. You are watching the Carl News Network.
Well, now 16-year-olds are fucking ripped, but I don't know. He just seems a little bit too old to be doing this, in my opinion. It seems to be an extremely precarious situation he's constantly getting himself into with his dick, with these random women. It just seems like very bad. And I guess I do see it as very, you know, I understand you're trying to help Pixie out, but at the same time, like, I don't think he's someone to be taken very seriously, or honestly, you by extension for, you know, trying to, I don't know, like sticking by him throughout all this, and like, you know, I don't know. I guess it just leaves a very, very bad taste in my mouth. I guess it's something that's hard to communicate. It's a little bit of an emotional thing, but I think that's how a lot of people are feeling. It's just like, it's a very fucked up situation. It's very fucked up.
Yeah. I think that's fair, and I think if people feel like they can't associate with him anymore, I genuinely understand that. Like, that's not something I would criticize others for. And I think there are others that are in your position. I just understand. That's just fundamentally like not where I'm at. I'm not willing to for this specific thing, and it's also something like Pixie and I have talked about, like at some level of length. I don't know if it's meaningful, but like one thing she hasn't been asking for in part is to like cut people off. I think if she asked, I'd have to think about it. I don't know what I think. I have literally no idea.
So you haven't even formulated your thoughts. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone. So you haven't even begun to computate what exactly it is what you necessarily want, what you think should happen.
But I don't know. I guess the main thing is like, I think it's fair for you to say that you disagree with my choice to side with Steven. I think what's not fair to say, which is like spreading everywhere, is that I'm like going out of my way to like gaslight a girl, manipulate her.
You are in fact manipulating her because you are trying to get her to make a decision that does not result in her making choices and actions of her own free will. By choosing to put your finger on the scale to attempt to help her, whether she's your friend or not, that is manipulation. Manipulating her for her own best interest, for what is good for her, with what is within her design, is still manipulation.
And to convince her to not go public and like to do Steven's dirty work, when it's like, that's such a like, it's such an unfair representation of me.
Maybe for you, but unfortunately you've actually done that with multiple other subject matters, and others have done that before in DGG. You're fighting and boxing the shadows of people who used to be his associates, you see.
Like, I've been calling and checking in with her like every 2 days. We talk on the phone pretty often. Like, my whole orientation in all of this is helping her.
So you say that, and then you say, guys, I'm not manipulating her. I'm just trying to help her, and I'm just trying to check on her and hope that she's okay. I just try desperately and constantly to communicate her will to Steven to make sure that Steven knows what it is that she wants and how she wants to get it. Guys, come on!
And I guess I fundamentally believe, like, I think somebody like Destiny, who gets in a lot of trouble with his dick and is interpersonally, I think, really retarded, is probably going to be better off with people who care about him and will like confront him on it, but also not just like drop him. But I think if other people want to drop him, like, I wouldn't say that you're a bad person for doing that. It's just not something I'm willing to do yet. And like, maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe I'll be by my words, but I'm not doing it out of this like willy-nilly, just like 2 week. I'm doing this out of like a decently principled stance, which is that typically like I don't give up on people. I think the argument like he's just too old, I'm like, that's fair. It's just tough because I've had so many adult clients that it's like,
Erudite, I'm going to say this with peace and love. Destiny is not your fucking client! He is your boss! You work for him! It'd be easier if the box is not in front of my face. You work for him! Any and everything you do will be interpreted as doing it for his intentions! You're watching the Carl News Network. Pay no attention to the host crashing out for how retarded the person just said what they said.
I don't know. Not a lot of 45-year-olds doing a lot of stupid shit. Because, like, I don't know, trauma.
I don't know a lot of 5-year-olds that are having sex with women and leaking this shit on the internet. But you know, if Lil Tim starts showing out Callista's gravy all over the internet, I think I'm gonna take him to his dad and let him know what he's doing so he can get the ass when he deserves. You're watching the Carl News Network!
Trauma and, like, problems associated with being a fucked up person don't just, like, go away because you're older. They just, like, come out in different ways.
Okay, what a wonderful interpretation! How else would you like his behavior to come out? This is not an innuendo about semen. How else do you want his behavior to manifest with this action that he consistently finds himself doing time and time and time again? Please, I am begging you, give us some fucking answer! Cause it's not good enough! It's literally not enough! He's going to keep doing this. And should he continue to do it, with almost the explicit blessing of you protecting it, because you won't cut off friends, a standard that I actually have myself, don't get me wrong, but the level at which you're willing to go to do it, I'm not employed by those people. And when I was, the exact moment that they went against my desires, my explicit advice, I didn't make the erudite choice. I made the Carl choice. Even while removing myself and comparisons to myself and my actions from this discussion. You want something that the pattern of behavior clearly shows he is not capable of. So what do you want it to manifest as? If he comes to you with a hard dick in the middle of the night and an encyclopedia is like, Kylie, I want to count the letters inside of the dictionary, starting from the letter A. Are you going to be the one that's going to do that? Are you going to look Nick in the face and be like, Nick, you gotta understand. At least he's not leaking other people's nudes. We did it in a safe room with no cameras. We started from aardvark. Is that some way you want it to manifest? Okay. Alright. Cool. So great. So wonderful. You are watching the Carl News Network.
Why do you care about this guy so much when he doesn't seem to care about, I mean, anyone else, at least enough to not share their news around?
Great question, Turkey! What's your answer, right?
I guess because I see actually tons of markers of him caring about people and also being...
What's those markers? Please, give us some examples!
...negligent and bad when it comes to sexual relations. I see tons of evidence of him caring about people.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that answers most of my questions. Is there anything else you wanted to say before I end off the recording?
I guess, do you feel like it is fair in this situation, I guess? What do I do about this?
What do you do about this?
The entire time I've been reaching out to my friend. After the conversation I had with her the first time, she reconnected with the friend she had cut off and was willing to go and see her friends and start calling them more often, and basically made a commitment to, like, being safe. That's where we made the safety commitment as well. I'm like doing I'm doing my best to help my friend because I think that she was wronged here and she's done nothing wrong here. And I also confronted the friend that I think did a wrong thing. But I also am trying to like push and encourage him to change. I've disagreed with him and fought with him on a couple of things about being like, you should do this. You need to be doing this. I don't understand a world where like these actions lead to people going like, you're a bad human being. And
I think the way people see it is like you're trying to mitigate the situation with Pixie because you are financially interested in continuing your relationship with Destiny for a profit, basically. I think that's the way that a lot of people see it. Because obviously you guys have a business.
Yeah, but if that's the case, why did I say to Fairy Queen she could leave the comment up? I just asked her to remove the identifying part about Pixie. Like, none of my actions have been about covering for Destiny or preventing people from talking.
You are directly managing things to try to ameliorate a situation so that Destiny and the people involved can be able to have a satisfying conclusion that does not lead to the worst case scenario for Destiny's career. You are, in fact, still sweeping for Destiny. This is you right now! This is you right now. You are still sweeping. No dustman. You are pushing the shit around with no idea how you're going to clean it up. What a great metaphor, by the way. No idea how you're going to fucking clean it up. You're just pushing the shit out of you, hoping nobody thinks anymore about it. Bitch, be for real. Please be for real. Stop sweeping. Stop it. You can stop! Holy shit! How is it impossible for you to get that? Why do you keep looping on I'm not doing what I'm currently doing? That wasn't my intention. Where are we then? It wasn't your intention, but it's the results. I don't believe that because you keep trying to find ways to make yourself illegal about it instead of just saying, nope, I'm not going to back off on him because I have a financial investment in him and I don't want to lose my investment. Fuck all of you. These two are the strongest answers that you could give. They're the strongest results that you could possibly give. One's in the chat if you agree with me. Two's in the chat if you disagree with me. It is so easy. Either I'm not backing out of my friends because I don't abandon my friends no matter what fucked up thing they do, or I have a financial investment with him. I have been banking on these DGG bucks, and even though the stocks are down, I'm gonna fucking hold to the goddamn moon. Those are your two answers. You cannot do both. Pick one and cope about it later. Because unless you're about to be the one that's about to catch all that Stephen penis, you're not doing anything out of the bottom or the good of your heart or of your being. Since you have a monetary investment in it. The only way you come out of this clean is that you change your mind after you've done this interview and say, actually, no, I changed my mind. I want nothing else to do with him. This man is scum of the earth. In fact, he did indeed fuck me and I've been lying to my husband. Or some such shit like that. Fuck me running. Fuck me running.
Talking about it broadly, it's been from like all it's been about is addressing people talking about Pixie specifically. Like, I've never in any world not wanted people to talk negatively broadly about even being an idiot and like negligent when it comes to like things to people's trusts in sexual dynamics. Like I've never been opposed to any being concerned about that. I don't ban like general comments and talks about it. I explicitly with Fairy Queen asked her to not talk about things that could narrow the scope of who it was, particularly because at that time, most people didn't quite know who it was. I didn't look at the leaks, but when I would like listen to like Reservoir or other people, I kept hearing like, I'm not really sure who it is. I'm not really sure who it is. Even like, shout out to like Queenman, even though we kind of hate each other. He had like the good grace when he was covering this.
Also, while we're there, your hatred of Queenman and Chud Logic looks even fucking more retarded now, by the way. Your desire to try and stop them from collaborating, working with, or being around him, but still choosing to do this shit. Hey, listen. We might not have liked it. We might have thought it was weird. But you know what? When he was in that drama between himself and Kidology, with Kidology feeling weird that he's coming on to her and thought that she was interested in some of that good UK white chocolate, at least she was of age. At least it was in the DMs and they only exposed it to each other and it was a drama between them. At least he was not doing this with people that he got close to, platformed on his fucking streams, talked about, and then was blinking the fucking subject matter behind the camera when no one was concerned. At least Quinlan is an outright god farmer. He is milking and milking and milking, and he doesn't give a shit, and he's able to actually stay consistent on the matter, because he's just about the fucking produce.
To like be pretty mindful of not making it clear who were in the leaks. Like that's been my behavior the entire time. Like nothing really differs away from that.
I mean that's fair. That's why, you know, I obviously I don't know if you know this. I had heard about this stuff for a few weeks. I didn't really have any direct confirmation until a couple days ago, but I had heard about this stuff going on, but I wasn't going to cover it. Firstly, because you know, it was just an allegation at the time. There was no evidence of anything. But secondly, I was under the impression that Pixie didn't want it to get out. And then all of a sudden, I'm in the middle of streaming, and I see President Sunday and Cope and Teeth have dropped videos identifying Pixie. At which point I was like, okay, well, it's fucking out now, I guess. But, you know, and that's when she made her statement, which is interesting. Do you know why? I guess one question would be, Beckett had an original statement, it seems like, from Pixie, where she implicated kind of Dan Saltman and said that he told her not to make it public. Do you know why that was in the original one, or maybe why it was removed in the final?
I have no idea. I definitely don't talk to Dan about, like, I just have a very strict business relationship with Dan.
Are you about to tell me that you are more serious about how you choose to keep information away from Dan than you do about the information you give and take from everybody fucking else? Somebody who you directly have to work with in the fucking Dalabon? Are you fucking serious right now, Kyla? Are you fucking serious? I hope you're not. I hope you're having a laugh. I hope you're having a fucking laugh.
Okay, gotcha. What you didn't talk to Pixie about maybe what she may have talked to Dan about?
I didn't actually know that was in there. I haven't like gone through all the videos today. I've been traveling, as you said, and I've mostly been like trying. Like I spent the whole morning trying to be like, is she safe? She said, because she told me originally that if she went public, or if she had to go public, she was gonna kill herself. So I like spent most of the morning trying to be like, how if she potentially doesn't feel like, I didn't know if she had leaked the stuff about me, so I was like, I don't know if she feels comfortable with me, but somebody needs to check on her to like make sure that she's safe, because like Sunday painted her pretty terribly, which I think, well, she confirmed to me today, made her make the public post today to try to like clear her name a little bit. And this is like the exact thing that she said, like, if this happens, like I am killing myself. So I spent most of the morning, to be honest, like trying to figure out if there was any mutuals that were like willing to basically just like check on her and make that she's safe, and like trying and like going back and forth with Nick about being like, should I reach out to her? Like, I'm not really sure. Like, I'm really worried about her. I don't really want to make a public statement until I've talked to her and like seen where she's at. And so I spent most of the morning doing that. There luckily was a mutual friend that was able to connect with her and communicated, basically being like, hey, just so you know, like she didn't actually leak your stuff. She's like feeling really bad. Probably would love to hear from you, which is why I connected with her later. So I haven't spent most of the day like going through all the content on it. I asked Nick to do that. I've spent most of the day like trying to figure out where she's at, what's going on, and then something about like this cherry stuff dropped, and I've been trying to figure out like what's going on there, because it would probably change. It could change like how I feel about business going forward. Depending on like what's occurred.
Cherry. I actually haven't seen this Cherry thing now. Do you know what her Twitter ad is? I assume that's where she posted it. Cherry. It's like the CHAERY Cherry or something, right?
Yes.
She said, these adults who are financially tied, business partners, having the audacity to involve themselves, should not be allowed to pass judgment or question the behavior of others unreciprocated. You are not naive, you're not autistic. And she's showing a DM from Straighteraid which says, nice, Kyla's being snaky about this. Pixie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pixie a couple weeks ago as well. According to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'll probably pay it, and wanted to convince her wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against KF, which he's considering. That's what Straighteraid said, implying Kiwi Farms there. And then includes some other clips and different screenshots as well in this thread. Do you have any comment on that Straighteraid DM?
It really sucks. Like, I thought I was friends with Straighteraid, so super sucks to know that she's just like thinking I've been snaky the whole time.
Considering your actions and your position, you kind of still fucking are.
I don't know. I don't know. It's mostly really sad. It's really sad that Straighteraid sent these DMs like against Pixie's consent to like probably my biggest internet harasser.
Was he considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms? That's kind of being implied here.
Pixie?
Well, the DM from Straighteraid says, sorry, let me just send you a screenshot of it. This is what Cherry has. I
haven't seen this newest Cherry post yet.
Okay, it says, according to what she told me, he basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money and he'd probably pay it, and wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against KF, which he's considering. So this is implying Steven's considering taking legal action against Kiwi Farms. Can you talk about that at all or no?
I haven't heard her mention any legal action about Kiwi Farms. I really only talked to Pixie and Steven.
I think this is implying wanted her to convince him not to take legal action. So I think the implication is he wanted to take legal action against Kiwi Farms.
Steven did?
Yeah, that's what this DM would be implying.
I'm not really sure. There's, to be honest, when all this stuff drops, Steven and I also have a bit of a line of like, I'm not talking to him about like a lot of the legal stuff, so I'm not sure who he's suing specifically. I'm not really sure.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I don't think there's anything new regarding you.
Yeah. I guess, can I ask?
From this thread. Yeah.
Do you still think that I was trying to make her be quiet despite like me explicitly not shutting down conversation? I can even look through our DMs. I think I say to Pixie multiple times in other DMs, like explicitly, like whatever you like whatever you would like to do. If you'd like to go public, you can go public. Like, I don't know. It's just like,
I mean, I can't really read your mind. So based on the DMs, it doesn't seem that you were trying to get her to not go public or go public. But I mean, you know, obviously because of your
I wasn't weighing in.
What'd you say?
Like when you have somebody who's going through a trauma, and this is like what I also told her, like when you're going through this, like you get to steer the ship. Like one of the biggest things of betrayal is that somebody took away consent from you. But you get to steer the ship. If you want to stay private, we stay, like I take your lead from that. If you want to go public, I'm going to follow up with you and say like, what do you feel comfortable with me saying? What do you want me to talk about? She gets to steer the ship. Like, I don't know, it's just frustrating because I'm like, I guess like you can ask Pixie, but like I can even look for DMs. It's like the opposite is true. I not only like wasn't pressuring her to be quiet, I was explicitly not pressuring her to do anything except for whatever she would like to do.
Based on all the messages I've seen, it doesn't seem like you were pressuring her to stay quiet. Yes. Correct. Okay. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah, this cherry thread seems to be mostly just stuff that everybody's already seen, but
and so I guess when you say like you can't take me seriously, I guess I'm just like I don't know how to take that. Like, do you basically think that like everyone should disavow Destiny? Like, should he be basically fully canceled? Do you think like even though I've done like my entire orientation with him behind the scenes has been like I can give you receipts of this as well from like way back in the day where I was like messaging him like telling him he was wrong.
I don't know. I guess it's just like to me it's like, how do you take someone seriously as a political commentator when like he's unconsensually sending people's nudes around? I guess I find it hard to take someone seriously in that position.
I think that's fair, right? But this is like, can you trust his political content going forward? Which is valid. I think that's probably an important business question for us to like answer. But I don't know like why that implicates my character.
Well, I mean,
because you're willing to keep working with him. My fucking eyeballs, bro. Bro, my fucking eyeballs.
We work with him. Like, he is the reason why you exist. He's the whole reason for your, business partnership, for like Bridges podcast, like all of that shit is like because of him, right?
I agree.
You're an extension of the Destiny community. The guy running the community is messaging e-girls from his community, nudes of other girls from his community that he's like farming. Which actually brings me to another thing that I guess I wanted to talk about, which is something I was just looking into. So I saw this post. This is from a year ago on the Destiny subreddit. This is from February 21st, 2024. It says, I'll send you the post right here. It says, Destiny addressing the...
Okay, this is addressing the canvassing complaints just to address them. There was a conversation between Jacob, Ronovox, Not So Erudite, and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event after constantly being hit on the guys participating in it, not being able to just exist without being approached by them, which can cause them potentially not to participate in future events. Destiny introduced very early on in the conversation the idea that any gender-centric space would inherently push away the other gender, regardless of what was done to make it accessible. If it starts with 1 female and 9 males, it will never grow past that 1%. Yet the conversation continued, bouncing the idea of Bumble law, where guys would be prohibited from asking out women unless they ask them first, and consider telling these participants to keep professional, like in a work setting, which were both shut down. Destiny seemed completely unconvinced and unengaged in the conversation as him and Not So Erudite continued to strain the conversation away from the complaints to the conversation about masculinity and femininity, with the conclusion after 2 hours being, try to remind people that finding a partner isn't the priority of the event, otherwise known as the Kiwi Farm Standard of Love Quest. I doubt it was rehearsed or some conspiratorial shit. It did feel like some of the participants were really there for a solution with these complaints, causing them to bounce around ideas that at each other none of them really believed in.
Canvassing complaints just to address them. It says there was a conversation between Jacob, Lonerbox, Not So Erudite, and Destiny on the complaints raised by some women in the canvassing event about being constantly hit on by the guys taking part in it, not being able to just exist without being approached by them, which can cause them to potentially not participate in future events. Destiny introduced very early on in the conversation the idea that any gender-centric space will inherently push away the other gender, regardless of what's done to make it accessible. He says, if it starts with 1 female and 9 males, it should never grow past that 1%. Yeah, the conversation continued, bouncing the idea of Bumble law, where guys would be prohibited from asking women out unless they ask them first, and consider telling participants to keep it professional, like in a work setting. Both of them were shut down. Essentially, I guess what I'm kind of getting at here is it seems like this is an old thread regarding sexual harassment complaints, I guess, or weird conversation complaints with women at a DGG canvassing event. In the leaks, there are 2 videos involving Pixie. There's one that's solo, and a threesome with another orbiter, which is straight raid. People are claiming, basically, based on the evidence, that at least one of those videos occurred during a canvassing event. The link in this Reddit post, right here, if you click it, it leads to a stream where you and Destiny are talking about the harassment claims, and it seems like Destiny didn't want to make overt rules about flirting with co-canvassers, and people are kind of speculating that the reason why this is happening is because he'd no longer be able to use canvassing events as vehicles to have sex with fans and orbiters, and this to me is tying into this greater idea of like fucking fans is one thing, but like he's fucking fans and then unconsensually sending videos of fans to other fans, and is at the canvassing events, which is part of his political thing. So it's like it's all kind of wrapped up. So I guess I'm just like, once again, this like leads into like my whole thing about like taking it seriously, right? It's like, what is going on here? What's going on with Pixie? Like, it's not like you can just divorce like these 2 ideas. Like, this is the political commentary. This is what is going on here. Like, this is all tied up in his content, in his canvassing events.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to go back to like your initial statement, which is like I'm an extension of the community. I guess I don't like I have a podcast with him. I'm not an extension of Steven. I disagree with him regularly when we have interpersonal...
Pause. You keep saying this line. This being the basis upon which you cut that other girl off on. You're not an extension of Steven. You're not an extension of Steven. But your business is entangled with him. You're not an extension of Steven. But a lot of your decisions and choices are based on you being entangled with him, at least in the capacity of a business partner, where you're not willing to cut off your business partner until they no longer show a definite example of amelioration and failure to adapt, change, grow, and move past behavior that you have more than enough examples to show and see that he consistently has as a part of his patterns that are the cycles he goes through, and how he handles the drama and deals with that drama all the way to his fucking Reddit post. Pause for edition. You are watching the Carl News Network. Follows through here with it exploding onto the subreddit, which has now banned the ability to link things from Twitter. So, for people that are unaware and then get context given to them through these posts, going through, we'll see his reaction to it, starting off with some literal fucking Twitch brain rot shit that you communicated with your own man. You cannot tell me you are not an extension of him if your will doesn't clearly show as not a part of his will, because your will shows that you are in fact doing things for him in continuance with yourself. Cope and say that it's not. It is. It serves that function. As long as it serves that function, that's how it is. If somebody confronts you about this and says, you clearly have something you gotta give here, your reaction every single time is going to be, no, I'm not an extension of Destiny. It just so happens to be that my career directly relies on his well-being and his forward thinking, as well as his optics. As long as the optics show that your lifeline is his career with him, you and him are intrinsically linked like this. It might as well be like this. In fact, you might as well open up a polyamorous relationship, because unless you directly distie yourself, it's like that. He might as well be having sex with you, because when he prospers, you prosper. And you're right, Just a Girl. If this was a conservative commentator, she would be raking them through the coals, if she would have an opinion at all. Let's finish this shit and get the fuck up out of here. I'm done.
Disagreements, I handle it privately. I have no idea if he was hooking up with, in fact, if they're talking about Ohio, I'm pretty dubious. I'm pretty sure I was around, because those two were working, like, with me on that event. I'm pretty dubious that it was taken. I don't know for sure. I wasn't there, obviously. I have no idea, and I don't know. I didn't even know that this leak existed. Like I said, I haven't looked at them. I genuinely would be very suspect that it was taken at the canvassing event, just because of like how often I was with both of them, and then also.
You see, the way I know that it's not true is because I was this Destiny the entire time. He didn't have time to fuck women. Finish this shit and get the fuck out of here!
Three of them.
Them stonks looking real shit, boys! Looking real shit! This shit might be worth a penny by the time we're done here.
Public spaces, Pixie and Aaron had like each had their own rooms. Like Aaron was sharing a room with multiple people. Like it was a full streamer house, and the one night that I remember, like Steven like hanging out like with just a few breeders alone, he was hanging out with Jasmine, Jafar, and Irrelevant. Like they were just like talking. I think they just went back to his thing to talk, and I think maybe Lauren De Laguna went as well.
Okay.
So if it happened maybe the day after, I'm not really sure. But I'm pretty sure I would be very surprised. Like I don't know when they found time. If I'm being honest, they were working like all day. So.
Okay. So you don't think it was happening at the canvassing events?
I don't know. I'm very dubious that it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that was the last specific thing I wanted to talk about. To conclude my opinion, yes, I don't think that you were trying to keep Pixie silent, based on what I've seen. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, people will come up with some other thing that I haven't seen that will show me that, but that does not seem to be the case to me. So if that's what your goal was with convincing me personally, and probably a lot of the audience by extension, I think you just succeeded in that. You know, beyond that point, people will probably criticize you for associating with Destiny at all, but yeah, I think that's about all there is to that. Is there anything else you want to say before I end the recording?
No, I guess mostly it's just like, I appreciate you giving me the time to listen to me. I would appreciate if people, like, I don't know, it feels very icky to always be viewed as just like this like necessary extension of Steven. I don't like this idea that if I'm like friends with somebody, that means I'm like agreeing with all of his actions and behaviors. I think there are some things that are like non-negotiable, but I like acting like these things are like objectively agreed upon and that everyone just knows what these are. I think is pretty unfair. I think the way that people have like responded to Pixie, like smearing her and trying to paint her as an extortionist, has been really gross. I think,
shout out President Sunday.
Yeah. I think like first and foremost, the most important thing, like even when you're making this, is like to just be mindful if there's anything that I say that you're like, don't know if that will like cast Pixie in a bad light, like I prefer it excluded. And I guess, I don't know, the disproportionate level of like hatred and vitriol that I feel like I've been getting for staying silent when the victim asked me to, telling my friend that he was wrong and trying to mitigate a solution for the friends, and then stepping back when that solution wasn't working and they were going to like legal things. I just don't know what else people are expecting from me, especially as like most people who believe in like rehabilitative justice. I suppose like I don't know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But I guess it is what it is. I'm doing my best to try to live by my principles.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Well, I'll end the recording. Thank you for coming on the show.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Okay. I'm not convinced of shit. I'm more annoyed than I was going in than I was coming out. But I'm somehow now doubled on that. But as you can clearly see, the skunk prices on the DGGX continue to go down. It is down 50 gigillion keks. They are getting roasted and mocked all over the timeline. Everyone is on their ass. No pause. No lube. In fact, a stick of butter. A stick of butter. I am, of course, your host, Carl Winslow. This is the Carl Negro News Network. We will be signing out and then logging right the fuck back in. Do not bust that nut yet. More shit will be coming up after these messages. Fucking Christ almighty.